Good. Thank you. Okay, we were in closed session at 5. If our attorney could bring us in from closed session, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the City Council and public. The council met in closed session on items 2A and 2B. 2A is Public Employee Performance Evaluation, California Government Code Section 54956.7B1, the city attorney. Council did their evaluation and gave feedback to the city attorney, and there's nothing to report out. And 2B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Orozco versus City of San Juan Bautista, California Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. City attorney informed council about the status of that litigated matter, and there's nothing to report out.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item 3, we have an introduction. We have a new employee, an associate planner. Don, do you want to hit that for us?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Got the old echo going. That's better. Thank you. Yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce Ilse Lopez Navarez, Associate Planner, who comes to us from both the public and private sector. 5 years of experience on both sides as a consultant and as a planner. And Ilse, if you could come up and share a little bit about yourself with the community, that would be awesome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ilse Lopez Narvaez, the new associate planner here for the city of San Juan Bautista. I have experience working with nonprofits, consulting firms, and cities, such as the city of Oakland, city of Tracy, and the city of Woodland. So I'm happy to be here and be a resource to everybody here. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the Hornet's Nest. Okay, next proclamations. We have one for Senator Ana Caballero, but there's nobody here for her office, so we'll get that. I think Liz said she's going to drop it off. So here it is. And then we have 3.
Mayor, just real quick, I was able to attend, and Mayor Pro Tem Jordan was at the reception a couple of Fridays ago. And we brought the giant $3 million check, and it was quite popular. And thanked her for all of her support. So she's been great. She's moving on now to represent a different jurisdiction, a different area. So we're welcomed also Senator Laird to represent our citizens.
Thank you. Let's see, do you want to, since you, yeah. Okay, 4A is a National Philanthropy Award recipients from our very own San Juan Bautista.
Thank you, Mayor. So National Philanthropy Day was the award ceremony, not awards, well, I guess awards. The award ceremony was Thursday, and the city put forth 3 names, Ashley Galdos, Sasha Galdos, and Karen Stacy, for the work that they are doing with the senior center. And it was an amazing dinner. If I could just for a second, the city was so well represented there. For as tiny as we are, the city itself was there, the senior center was there, Rotary was there, the mission was represented as well. It was an amazing evening. So a couple of proclamations. Whereas philanthropic organizations are responsible for enhancing the quality of life of people, and voluntary associations that are formed to address societal needs are an integral part of American society. And whereas in recognition of the role played by the uniquely American tradition of philanthropy, the city of San Juan Bautista would like to honor Sasha, Ashley, and Karen as the 2024 Philanthropist of the Year. And now therefore, we, the city of San Juan Bautista City Council, do hereby recognize Sasha, Ashley, and Karen for your commitment to the betterment of the community through random acts of kindness, and urge all representatives to support all residents to support them as the Philanthropist of the Year for 2024 for the city of San Juan Bautista. Sorry, I need to explain why we honored them. So the Mary Velasco Sullen Senior Center is an organization that several residents and our former mayor, Mary Edge, her brainchild started years ago, aptly named for Karen's mom and Sasha's grandmother and Ashley's great-grandmother. And these women, along with a whole host of kitchen staff, supply meals for our seniors every Wednesday. It's an amazing thing to be seen. If y'all get a chance, you should stop by the senior center and see what actually goes on there. You guys have been so instrumental in what Mary Edge wanted to accomplish, and taking after your mom and your grandmother is just truly amazing. And I'm truly honored to be a part of it and know you all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next is public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker on items that are not on the agenda tonight. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Lori Tinkersley.
I'll move that a bit. Okay, good evening, Mayor Friels and Council. My name is Lori Tinkersley. I'm here on behalf of San Benito County Integrated Waste Management, just to give a couple updates on our programs. This Saturday, we are hosting our final Recycle Day event of this year on November 23rd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at our Integrated Waste Management offices at 2301 Technology Parkway in Hollister. We will be accepting household hazardous waste such as paints, used motor oil and filters, batteries, and more. For this event, we will also be accepting mattresses, tires, and e-waste. For more information on acceptable materials, residents can visit our website at sanbenitocountyca.gov/HHW. We will be hosting our last cleanup of this year on Saturday, December 7th at Hollister Super from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. We are also helping supply San Juan's community cleanup also on December 7th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. San Juan Bautista's rec department will be stationed at Luck Park giving out supplies. Let's all get out there and make sure we give our towns a clean slate for the new year. We encourage all San Benito County residents to answer our comprehensive climate action plan survey. We are looking for feedback on what residents feel are the most important actions to take and the hurdles that the community faces. For more information and for this survey, visit sanbenitocountyca.gov sbci.gov/ccap. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at SBCIWM to get updates on our events and programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda Weatherly.
Good evening, Mayor Frills and council members. I'm here to update you on the San Benito Leadership Institute program that you've had graciously sponsored this year. I'm happy to report that our current cohort had their third program day on November 13th, and the theme was Navigating Conflict, the Importance of Social and Emotional Intelligence. On December 5th, our program will be at a much anticipated simulated society experience, and we'll be holding it at St. Francis Retreat Center. Our cohort represents the diversity in our community. Women make up 68%, men 32%. 32% are from nonprofit sector, 28 from the government, 24 from business, and 16 from healthcare. 88% live in Hollister, 8% live in Aromas, and 4% reside in San Juan Bautista. 46 are Hispanic, 46%, sorry. 24% are white, 12% identify as multiracial, and with 4% Asian and 4% Black. Finally, educational attainment is also very diverse in this group, with 35% earning their associate's degree, 26% being high school graduates or GED recipients, 22% with master's degrees, 13% with bachelor's degrees, and 4% with their doctorate. We conduct a program day assessment at the end of each session and are thrilled to share that the program content, facilitation, guest speakers, and activities have all received very high marks overall. The group has been assigned board observation homework, so you may be having them come visit you at a board meeting. They are all learning about their leadership strengths and will be creating a leadership legacy project with which they will identify and present how they intend to lead in the future. The application period for the next cohort will start on March 28th. We already have 15 people on our waiting list to join us to apply. Thank you again for your investment and partnership in creating this important program and your commitment to growing great leaders to serve our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other speaker cards received, but we do have one one hand raised on Zoom. Isabella, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Is it okay? Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So my name is Kaylee Bestie. I know it says Isabella, but I'm speaking on behalf of 16 college students from Cal State Monterey. We've been partnered with San Juan Bautista Recreation Department to contribute to the proposed park development on Lang Street. We have done so by doing multiple community outreach initiatives, and we have also surpassed the responses that were received in 2018. We have surpassed over 70 survey responses, as well as getting feedback from children, which was not what happened in 2018. So we hope to contribute in a positive way to the development. We plan to be in San Juan Bautista in person on December 17th to present what we have come up with in our project to basically move it forward for the community. So we look forward to being there.
Thank you. That it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We'll close public comment. Okay, we have 3 items for a public hearing. The first item is appeal from an administrative decision regarding 701-705 Second Street. You know, the city attorney handled this one.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we have had an appeal made by the owner of 705 Second Street from a decision that the city manager made back in February of this year where he determined or made a change in the designation of the front yard of the property known as 701 Second Street. And the Adams, who live in 705, have objected and are appealing that decision. And we have put it on for a public hearing tonight in order to hear the parties out. There are, the report is fairly lengthy that I submitted on the matter. I don't intend to go through that. I think it's important to hear from the parties involved. One of the primary and threshold issues is whether or not the decision was appropriate by the city manager in terms of the different sides of 701, whether they're substantially the same or not. One side is 100 feet and the other is 80 feet. So that's a primary issue, but I think it's important to hear from the parties involved. Mr. Cassell, who is an owner of the 701 Second Street property, has, in reliance on the city manager's decision, built a 6-foot fence between his property and the Adams property at 705. And the Adams, I understand, are objecting to that. One of the primary arguments that Mr. Adams has made through his counsel is that the 6-foot fence hinders public safety. And so we will hear from the parties, I understand, tonight. And I don't have a specific recommendation, but would like to hear from the parties and have the council make a decision.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Adams, would you like to speak on this first? If you brought it forward, so.
Oh, thank you. May I pass out some handouts for everyone just to follow through quickly? Think I will.
Before you start, sir, one quick question to the city clerk. With this, should there be availability for the public as far as the handouts also, or is this something that? Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to begin by thanking City Council, Don Reynolds and John Giffen. It's been a long time coming. We're approaching 7 months to get to this point. And quite frankly, we're relieved that we're finally here. Before I begin, I want to make it real clear, and John just kind of stole my thunder, but there's 2 issues with this fencing. The first one appears in Don Reynolds' letter of February 5th, which is parallel to 2nd Street. The second item, which doesn't appear in that letter, is a short section of fence that parallels our driveway. So this appeal, we've encompassed both of those into this one appeal. And I hope that's clear. And that there is a tremendous amount of paperwork to review in this. And I've put together what I feel are just basic to this case. John has asked us to make it as simple as possible and get through it. I know you've got a busy schedule this evening. So this all began with Don Reynolds' letter, and if you can flip to that letter, there's a couple comments at the bottom of the sheet. We feel that 25% difference in the property line distance is definitely substantial. To us, we just feel that's common sense. It's not defined anywhere in the documents. When we had a chance to meet with Don Reynolds, we were told that initially there was no due diligence done for this decision. There was no site inspection done. No one visited the site. There was no plan review and impact study for the immediate neighbors. Soon after that, we received an email from Don Reynolds, and he had met with John Giffen. And between the two of them, they decided that the work could proceed as it was indicated in Don's letter. At that point, we realized that we needed to learn more about these codes. We hired our own attorney, not just any attorney, it's a land use attorney. They're familiar with codes, and what we asked them to do was provide us codes, excuse me, that applied to our situation. And we asked them also to work with the city attorney, be a go-between between us and the city. We never, at any point in our discussion with our attorney, discussed litigation with the city. It was never brought up. It was never put in an email, never discussed with our counsel. In fact, our attorney said the only way we're going to be successful with this is if we do it ourselves and we work directly with the city council. And something happened after this. The word was out that we had hired an attorney. We could not make contact with the city. We sent many of you emails that weren't returned. I even had a scheduled meeting with the code enforcement officer just to try to open things up and work with them. And I was turned away at the front door. I barely got in the building and they wouldn't sit down and talk to me. If you'll look at an old photo, it's right after Don Reynolds' letter. You'll see an arrow that points to the home in the center. That shows the hedge in 2004, and it's approximately 3 feet high. The Castles let this hedge grow to 6 feet, and when they were approached by the city to reduce it back to 3 feet, they simply refused. And code enforcement didn't enforce the height, so it was simply forgotten. The one thing that's very frustrating to us is the amount of liability that if this is approved, that we're going to be faced with. It's a liability issue to us that's huge, and that means there's also a safety issue. It's not a matter of liability that's going to end in the future. It'll be passed on to future owners, tenants, whoever lives in the home it's going to be their responsibility. And it doesn't seem that the Castles have any concern for public safety. If you'll look at the next photo, this is a line of sight photo. I have a poster that I would like you to pass around. That's the line of sight as it exists today. This section of sidewalk, it's a lot of foot traffic. Children go to and from school during the week. And whenever there's an activity at the library, the mission, or at the city park right across the street, this is packed with people. And a young child cannot see our driveway or any vehicles behind the wall that exists now. Granted, this is a hedge that I've shown you, but a wooden fence would be similar. You can clearly see the caution sign that the city installed years ago. We often see e-vehicles up and down the sidewalk, e-scooters, e-bikes. Children ride on toys in this area. And we often see adults that have their children with them. And they tell them, go ahead and run to the next intersection, but don't step out in the street. So they run down the street and they're not going to see this driveway. And if we're pulling out, the only way we can get out of the driveway now is to get out of the vehicle, look down the driveway or look down the sidewalk, back in the vehicle, and just hope nobody's coming, and inch your way out into the approach. This creates a blind driveway and a blind sidewalk at the same time. If you'll turn to the next photo, that's a photo of our common fence that we share with the castles. This is the section of fence that was just removed. We had no warning. We didn't know this was going to happen. The castles removed it, and John Giffen made a visit to the site on this particular day, asked the castles if they would stop work, and they refused. They went ahead, put up this section of fence, and within a couple days, I understand that John returned again, asked them to stop work. This time, they agreed to stop, but of course, the damage had been done. The fence was already installed. And this fence is not mentioned in Don Reynolds' letter. In the next photo, you can see the completed fence, the way it looks today, and it's completely eliminated our line of sight. And I'd just like to end my presentation with something I just can't seem to get by me. I don't understand building codes. I don't understand zoning codes. And all the time we've spent with municipal codes, I should understand a lot better than I do now. But I understand one thing, and those codes, municipal codes, are created to protect the safety of people in the community. And this has failed to do that. This is not a safe situation. And it's often said, well, nothing's happened in the past. Why would you imagine something happening in the future? And I just don't see how you can create a code for a front and a side yard, switch those yards, and then the code is gone. The sidewalk is still there, the street is still there, but the protection for those people is gone. The castles have simply changed the front yard and the side yard to circumvent the city codes. And that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
if you could hang on, please, if you have any questions. John, questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. I've walked by your house probably hundreds of times, and I fully understand what you're speaking of and what you're talking to. And I've been trying to study municipal codes for about the past 8 years, and I don't understand them either, so.
Oh, that makes me feel better.
Don't feel bad. Before you owned the house, I'm trying to remember, but I think this fence here, which you also show here, was a hedge, if I'm not mistaken, and it was about a 3 or 4 foot hedge. I'm trying to remember, and it's not always.
Well, I can tell you exactly what was there.
Okay, what was there before?
There was a fence that was approximately 4 feet. And right adjacent to the fence was a 6-foot hedge.
A 6 foot hedge, okay.
Mhm.
And this is in my opinion, it's a no-win situation for the city council, the city attorney, city manager, for you, for the other party. But I am wondering if there isn't some sort of agreement where we could maybe take a notch out of this fence and a notch out of the hedge. Say 4 foot back and 4 foot sideways each way, so we do have a line of sight through the driveway, so you can see if another car is coming, or if another kid is coming, or if my dog is coming. You know, you have these opportunities to see, so I guess. And I don't know, I don't think we can legally do this, but you know, if we could literally notch it here and the same on the Second Street side,
Mhm.
which would give you and your wife
Mhm.
and other people a shot to look down the sidewalk. I think that
Mhm.
might be a happy medium or a happy compromise. You know, I cannot speak for the other person, and he's obviously not here, so.
No, we're not,
He is here. Oh, he is here. Oh, I'm sorry.
we're,
Okay,
we're not closed to any solution whatsoever.
but I would suggest that as some sort of compromise.
Mhm.
Other than that, thank you for your presentation, and I don't really
You're
have any other
welcome.
questions.
No, I don't have anything at this moment, except for, at one point there was a shorter fence.
Yes. Well, there was a shorter hedge,
And a shorter hedge.
and behind that short hedge is a wire fence. You
Okay.
can barely make it out in the photo.
And we're calling this the side property because the driveway is not on Second Street.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
There is no driveway for 701.
The driveway is at 705.
I have nothing further at this time. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, for
Yeah.
coming and presenting. And I too have concerns because that street has evolved now for various reasons. Through traffic to avoid one-way Third Street, avoid various stop signs on Fourth Street. That has now become a speedway.
Mhm.
As I was getting out of my car, parked across the street, parallel to the Mission Adobe wall, there was a little, I call it a little rice rocket car. I heard it all the way down by the park, and it was speeding this way. So I understand very well what your concerns are. I have strong feelings that perhaps, as you do, by changing the orientation of someone's lot from their side yard to their backyard to their front yard to their side yard, does not make sense that you can exempt a current municipal code. I would like this to go back to our current newly hired associate planner. And someone take a look at that code and take a look at your situation and come to some resolution. I don't feel comfortable just saying, let's let it go as it is.
Yeah, we would be open to that, certainly.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
So this is something that I've been, I live on a corner, and I had, when we first moved in, had all kinds of questions about the rules about my fence being different from neighbors' fences. And near as I can tell, I don't know specifically, but near as I can tell, by reading the ordinance and from my understanding, and looking into it for my own knowledge purposes, the site triangle, as they call it for safety, is usually meant to govern the fences and safety around the corner property, not adjacent properties. That's I haven't found anything about, not saying that there shouldn't be, but as written,
Okay,
the site triangle is usually meant to govern the safety of the intersection with respect to the corner property, not adjacent properties. That's the only thing I see looking at this.
Don, I have a quick question. To put a fence up between two properties, does there have to be an impact study and a plan review and does there have to be even a permit?
For a 6-foot fence, no. Above 6 foot, the footings have to be considered, the building official has to weigh in.
Okay, then that was something we pushed through a while back ago because of some of the big fences put in that go.
Right.
Yeah, so 6
Right.
foot. So no permit or plan review for 6 foot.
In between private properties, no.
Okay. Do we have record of the city going out to ask to cut that hedge down? That you know of?
Not that I'm aware of. The code enforcement officer brought this letter to me for signature after working with one of the property owners, and it was his determination that I agreed to, and that's why the letter was signed. So I personally did not do any reconnaissance. I was signing that letter on behalf of the testimony from our code enforcement officer at the time.
Okay. And I'm looking at the photos, Mr. Adams, the ones you submitted, the ones at the front view of 705 Second Street. You said it was from 2004.
yes.
Just, I'm curious, so I remember the house that was there before yours and it was, I don't remember the exact year when your house was built, but how do we know this is, how do you know this is from 2004?
Well, that house has been demolished. It was demolished in 2004.
Okay,
And we worked with the Historical Society, got information through them, and we pinpointed it 2004.
okay, or prior to. I mean, because the house is in existence here, and if it was demolished in 4, it could have been.
Yes,
And where did you get these photos? Do you know where you got
the Historical Society.
Okay. I have another question. Plan review. I'm with just about everybody up here about trying to work this out. I went through this with Don, when it was asked by the castles to look at it again, when it was denied, and we went through the codes and it took us a while back and forth and we came across the view triangle for the fence and stuff, and because it was a controlled intersection, it didn't need to be an issue for a 6-foot fence along Second Street. So that part, I'm a little confused about how that can obstruct any vision for people walking up and along the fence. The fence between you and your neighbor, that's nothing we really have any control over. And I believe Mr. Castle even went as far as to survey the property. So
He did.
So it's nice he did that due diligence and just didn't put a fence up wherever, he thought it was necessary. So I'm hoping that you all and I'll help. I'll gladly help if we can come to some kind of peaceful resolution other than us having to make some type of binding decision.
How are you suggesting that we
We'll
view the sidewalk? And
Well, that's-
oncoming
that's-
traffic?
Well, there's city manager brought up a good point when he was in Italy, when vehicles are leaving blind eye, driveways, it would trigger like a small warning light or a flashing light. There's things like that. There's the mirrors that can be put up. It's not in historic districts. I don't see anything about obstructions to that. But that's something we can work on. I think, like I said, I'm kind of more like the, Sun T diplomacy in this type of thing than what we're doing here. But, how about if we hear from Mr. Castle, and if we need to ask any more questions or we have any comments from the public, we'll go from there, and then maybe we can maybe we can work out something farther. Is that? Have you?
Oh, that's
given enough?
absolutely fine. I'm, like I mentioned to you earlier, I'm just grateful to be here tonight. I mean,
Okay.
it's been such
You-
a struggle.
Well, you have every right. You have every right to speak your mind in this country, sir. So we would have never stopped you from doing it. So if we could hear from Mr. Castle, that would be great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bob Castle. I'm the owner of the property at 701 Second Street with my wife. And we've lived there since 1988. That hedge the house was built approximately 1938. And I've always acted on the assumption that that hedge was of the same age. I had the Deborah Stone, the master gardener, over a couple of years ago to ask her what was going on with the hedge, because I have those problems with die out. And she said it was age. And I've been slowly adding little plants in between to kind of fill in the spaces, because I value the hedge because of the privacy that it offers us. My wife and I both grew up in rural settings, and having a house next door is something I'm to this day not really comfortable with. So having people walking by on the sidewalk, looking into my yard is a very unpleasant thing for me. And I have made a point of letting a hedge go to 6 feet so that I don't have to deal with that. And that's a long-standing thing. The reason I came up with this fence idea is because of the hedge being in very poor condition. And because it's a lot of work. I'm 75 years old and I really don't feel like getting out there with my hedge trimmer and hacking away at that hedge. A fence would be better. I approached the city about 18 months ago because I had in my mind the idea of replacing the hedge with a fence. I got more of a reaction than I bargained for, because Mr. Fouch, who used to work for the city, came and, well, he spoke to my wife. I was at work, and he came up with all these objections saying, oh, no, you can't do this because that's the front, this is the side. And I dropped the thing. I never asked for this letter. It showed up. Somebody talked to somebody, and the city manager called me up and said he had a letter for me and presented with this letter saying, well, this is now your front and this is now your side. And I thought, fine, now I can build a fence. It felt like the city had offered me a license to do what I wanted to do without my ever really asking for it. So I felt like there was no issue. I mean, what I'm doing doesn't affect the sight line from that driveway any more than the hedge does. It's even a little better because I'm making sure that now my hedge is not intruding into the neighbor's yard, and it's not intruding into the city's right of way, because I have that. I know where those property corners are. It's the first time any of those lots on that block have been surveyed. So now I have recorded survey monuments on that lot, so I know where everything is. I don't understand why my neighbor is now objecting to this hedge. Because it was there long before you ever bought that house. I think it was before, I think it was around the year 2000 that I had to replace that side fence, the fence between our two lots, because it was wire and corrugated metal and it was a mess. So I built that side fence back then. And I let the hedge grow up. That was that house was built, I think, in 2007. It was a much older house that people were living in it, but it was not salvageable. It was a train wreck. It has been through a couple of owners before they bought the property. Part of what's going on is we're thinking about buying a camper van. Because we do a lot of camping. We're still tent camping. And a van would allow us to go camping in inclement weather, go farther than we're accustomed to doing. And where we would want to park that van would be right at that corner. Because we have 4 vehicles, 2 of them we have to park on the street. There's nowhere else that we can park off of the street other than that corner. So that's part of the reasons why I set a 6x6 post right on that corner to support the gate. And that's what I want to do. And I thought, judging from the letter, that I had permission from the city to do so. And now we're here.
Thank you. Questions, John?
Thank you for coming. Thank you for explaining your point of view.
Right.
I appreciate your position, and I think, I don't know, I'm just, I'd still like to see a little bit of a compromise, a notch in the fence or something or a view line, but whatever. We'll see later what the other council people say.
Okay.
Sorry, questions. So the address is 701 Second. But the front was changed to Jefferson because that's where the driveway was. So why doesn't it have a Jefferson address? And I know this is probably way off base, but I don't understand the switch. If the address is already that street, was there a driveway before that?
No, that my house has never had a driveway
On that,
on Second Street for as long as it's been there. The driveway, the garage, it's a 2-car garage
Mhm.
facing Jefferson Street.
Yep.
The door that we use as an entry faces Jefferson Street.
Got it. So,
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan,
yeah,
can I just interrupt real quick?
sure.
The key inquiry on the decision and whether or not the city manager in this case was acting as the planning manager
Mhm.
and could have made the decision to switch the front yards if these 2 sides are substantially the same.
Okay,
And so if it gets down to it, we can make these kinds of determinations at this hearing, whether or not the two sides are substantially the same. One is 80 feet long and the other is 100 feet long. Some might say that that's substantially the same, others say not a chance. It was 1 or 2 feet, yes, but not a 20 feet difference. So we can engage in that if there's not going to be any compromise, but that would be that's why the decision was made. And the city manager was handed the letter and made the decision because he felt as though, I believe he felt as though the two lots were substantially the same. So
Okay,
the question is whether that decision was correct or not.
understood. Thank you for that clarification. So the view that I'm looking at online, it shows that there is a shorter hedge going around from Second to Jefferson. Is it still like that?
Yeah, well, every time I trim a hedge, it gets a little taller, a little wider.
Yeah.
It had gotten up to about, it's a little, maybe a little over 4 feet, because I hadn't hacked away at it. When I do that, it creates an enormous amount of yard waste. Huge.
Yep.
And so I don't do it very often, but I thought it was timely, so I whacked it down to, I took 15 inches off the side and probably about that much off the top. Yes.
And then you were talking about having a camper van parked behind the house between both houses. Is that correct?
Well, we have not made a
Maybe.
decision about
Yeah,
this.
some.
It's kind of, we've discussed it off and on for the last 10 years.
How does one get behind, how does one get that van in there
I would have
On
to
Jefferson
have a
Drive.
contractor cut an approach
on Second?
through this curb. So I could drive across the sidewalk through Gateway into that corner of my yard
On Second Street?
on Second Street, yeah.
Okay. Thanks for, thanks for indulging me here.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm in the same agreement with the rest of the council as, hopefully rectifying it between yourselves. And I mean, if you're gonna maybe put something, a driveway there, cut the hedge sooner than later and notching. I mean, I know how difficult it is getting out of my driveway, with the hedges that are there. And not being able to see people come down.
Well, I would have to relinquish my privacy. That's important to me.
Understood when we have people who walk around in the middle of the night with headlamps looking in everybody's homes. I absolutely understand that. It drives me crazy as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have no answer at this time.
Yeah, sorry, just want to, for the record, Pro Tem Mayor, I am not part of the group that wants these two to resolve it. I'm going to stick to my decision that I feel that there's some very peculiar and questionable processes of how this all determined. What I'm hearing now from Mr. Castle as he's speaking, and thank you for coming forward,
You're welcome.
is that this letter just happened to give you exactly what you
it's a-
needed.
What I found out much later.
Yeah,
was
so
that
why wouldn't you want to go ahead and do this to the demise of your neighbor? Also, I'm hearing from the city manager.
What did you say there?
I'm saying that why wouldn't you not want to go ahead because you've been given kind of like a golden ticket to build what you wanted? But you
Right, I
said,
felt like
yeah,
the city had
yeah,
offered
so
me
I
a
see
license
that.
that I hadn't even really,
right.
formally
So
requested.
I'm trying to put this in perspective
Yeah.
of why I'm sticking to my stance that I would like it to go to the city planner. Because what I'm hearing also, this kind of landed on your lap and it was like, wow, the golden ticket. Okay, but what I'm also hearing, what I heard is that the city manager did not go there, did not himself go there, did not construct the letter, but was also given the after the fact by the code enforcer. Don't know if that was our new one, our old one, previous one, Mr. Rich Brown, or the current one, Oscar Morales. Don't know if the supervisor director, Roy Morales, Oscar Montoya, is that it? Soto, yeah, sorry. So I don't know who the players are, but it just seems like there's a lot of this.
Yeah, you know,
And so
I cannot shine a lot of light on this process.
So what I wanted to be clarified, and I don't feel that you need to hash it out or work it through with your neighbor. I don't want anything to be done. I want it to be halted, and I want it to go to the professional that we just hired to look at this. Okay, if you
Yeah, sure.
if you can be patient, thank you.
Sure, I'm gonna hold my fire at this point.
The question I had is beyond the codes and guidance or ordinances that we have concerning corner properties and site triangles. What grounds do we have to get involved? Like if it's not involving that site triangle on the corner property, like what grounds does the city have to get involved to even allow a planner to get involved?
Well, the city made the decision to change the property, to switch the property out.
Yeah, but like
So-
corner property, 80, 100, whatever, like the back of the rectangle, the back of the square, back of the rectangle, that, you know, 6 foot and above is where the city can get involved. The outside 2 corners, it's not like you put a 6 foot fence around on Second outside and on Jefferson. And if he hasn't done that, what grounds do we have to say like anything? That's what I don't understand. We don't have any ordinances that say you cannot put a fence on, you know, the back sides of your property. He didn't put one on Second or Jefferson. If he had, yes, we have ordinances. We don't have any below 6 feet for the you know, the back 2 sides of the property. So why would we get involved?
I think the primary basis for the appeal is the decision that was made in February.
Mhm.
And that has substantially affected people's property rights. And I think what the appellant is asking is for us to look and see if that decision was appropriately made. And if it wasn't, then it should probably go back to the professional planner to guide the neighbors. But the decision was the city's. That's
Understood. So if a 6 foot fence is erected between the corner property and the second property on Jefferson, do we get involved?
between the,
So we're talking on Second Street between the 2 houses,
yes,
opposite corner on Jefferson. 6 foot fence between 701 and the next on Jefferson. Do we get involved there? Or does the city get involved?
I think so,
Under 6 feet?
not under 6 feet.
So we only get involved 6 feet and above. Above 6 feet, right? Yeah. And so if the same 6 foot fence was built on the other corner of the property, we're hands off, correct? Like from the city is.
I think he's talking about the fence that divides the 2 properties.
Right now,
The internal
one that just went
fences.
up.
Yeah, the one that just went up. It's a 6 foot fence. There's nothing in our municipal code that says that he cannot do that.
Yeah, and so if you put one on the other side on Jefferson,
He could still do
you can
that.
still do that. So the swap doesn't affect the fencing.
That doesn't. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I don't see how we have grounds to get involved.
So as far as Mr. Castle getting a letter from the city manager and I talked about a few projects that were in the wind that, unfortunately, we had to clean up some mess from our planner, all of us, for the most part, mostly staff. And I did ask him about this project, the project that you wanted to, but it had nothing to do with the property line dividing fence. The fence in question was along Second Street. And that's the one that I believe Mr. Fouch told you couldn't build. So we went back and looked at the codes and said, well, we came up with what you said. There was no, it's a controlled intersection. So that wasn't, so I don't see any problem with the fence between the properties. If it doesn't say anywhere in our municipal code saying that we can't do that or can, regardless if the door is at the front of the property or the back of the property. So if that's not in in the municipal code, and Mr. Castle did survey it. So the fence is on, correct me if you're wrong, if I'm wrong, your fence is on your property?
That section, what happened is when I replaced that fence back in more or less 2000, I put it where the old fence was. And it turns out that most of that fence was on the neighbor's property. The back is off by 8 inches or so.
Mhm.
And the front was off about 3 inches. Well, I didn't know that, but that's where the fence sits. When I went to construct this new section, I made sure that it was entirely on my lot.
Okay, so the new section's all on his property, dividing the two lots. Hold on, I'm not done yet. And as far as the hedge and the code enforcement, that has nothing to do with that fence between the two properties. And we don't even have any. I don't know if we even have anything from code enforcement. It wasn't from this current code enforcement that said that hedge needs to be cut down. Is that correct?
No, it was a prior code enforcement.
Prior code enforcement.
2022.
May I say something here? I was never approached by anyone from the city with a request to cut that hitch down.
Okay,
That never happened.
that's what I was concerned with. Okay, so I understand what you're asking. Does everybody understand that fence that divides two properties, as long as it's not over 6 feet, that it's on the builder's property, it's completely legal. Do you understand that?
Sam, but I don't agree because my property, since you talked about yours and bring my personal situation. We're on 46 Mission Street and our driveway property line is adjacent to the warehouses, the Batella warehouses. We may take out our little 3-foot hedge and put up a fence. I don't want to look at that stuff anymore. But we were told that we cannot do a continuous 6-foot fence. It has to notch out because we're a driveway. So what is the difference between this gentleman's home where he has his backyard with a tall 6-foot fence, but Mr. Adams, the neighbor, has a driveway? Shouldn't that fence be notched out to it slopes down to 3 feet so that you can have clearance backing out of that driveway and people coming down the street? That's what I was told with our property.
Okay,
that it
because
was a fence.
because the fence was adjacent to your driveway. You're building your fence on your property next to your driveway. That's the difference between a fence that's dividing two properties. So the existing building before Mr. Adams' home did not have a driveway there. There's a driveway there now, but
It's always been, the driveway has always been there.
okay.
That was always a driveway.
It was a loop driveway when the old house was there, the one without any foundation and
Yeah,
the mean bulldog.
so yeah, so
Doesn't really matter.
so the new fence that was installed. Let's get legitimate, let's get our planner to give us a legitimate answer on that. To me, it seems like that's a no-brainer. And then the next one, we need to just realize what we're going to do with the Second Street fence. So. I mean, I agree with you. I think it should be reviewed some more, and I would love for our neighbors to talk to each other a little bit. Does anybody feel comfortable about making any decisions about this tonight as far as yay or nay before we get a little more information? Absolutely.
So, and I don't know how far back this says 2024. You built the fence considerably higher than the existing fence.
Which fence are you referring to?
There's and I'm not sure who actually built the fence that I'm looking at, but you can see the peg fence. And there's another fence that's maybe a foot taller up against the hedge, but this new fence that's there is higher than the hedge.
Yes, when I tore out the side hedge, I also took out the side fence, which was lower. And I put a new fence to 6 feet.
These are
Sorry,
always,
thank you.
yeah,
Okay.
Thank
these are
you.
always conundrums. Let's, if you could hang tight a little bit, we'll see if there's any public comment on this or
Sure.
questions. And then we'll give Mr. Adams another crack. And if we need to bring, if you feel you need to come back up, but we won't really beat this horse to death too much, because I kind of think that, yeah, I think we are a little bit aiming towards. My personal view is you, and from what I read in the code, the codes, is that the fence, that the 6-foot fence that you built along the Adams driveway is not in violation of any municipal code. That's my interpretation, but I want to get that from a professional. I'm just a fireman that pumped a lot of water. So can we, Liz, do we have any, if you could take a seat, sir, and we can see if there's any public comment. Do we have any public comment on this one? Well, yes, sir. Yeah, we'll give you the shot right after. We're going to make sure the public gets a shot to talk, and then we'll bring you back up, sir. Of course.
Good evening, council. Chris Martirana. So I read the code a little differently, and Jackie, my wife and I own a corner lot property on 4th Street, 4th and Franklin, and I was told by the city planning that we had to notch because there's a driveway on the adjacent lot. So we could not carry the 6 or any height fence above 3 feet to the property line, to the sidewalk, excuse me, on that lot, because there was a driveway on the adjacent lot next to the property that you had to have a setback. And when I read the code, it also talks about the front yard depth of the adjacent lot of other lots. It's talking, I think, about the neighboring lot. So the code's terrible. It's really, really bad. And I think you might consider referring it back to the planning commission for revision, because it's clear as mud. I can tell you that my experience approaching the city planning department or planning contractor about the fence on my property resulted in more than 10 back and forth emails with no clear direction. I had to tell them what I thought was the correct interpretation, and they agreed with what I said and said, yes, you can go build that. So it's an ugly one, and I don't envy you. I think referring it back is a great idea.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, you're correct on the code. I seriously, I think Don and I spent 2 hours on it, on a page and a half. I'm not going to throw you under the bus on this. I want you to be able to take a look at this. And I'm like, take your cape, I want to see your, come out of the phone booth with a cape on and save us all. Liz, do we have any more public comment? Okay. Mr. Adams, sure you have one more thing to say, or?
I do agree with Mr. Castle that privacy is everybody wants all the privacy we can get nowadays. But what's happening here, you're creating a nuisance. You're creating a dangerous situation so that one family can have a little more privacy. Now, it's always been put to us, why complain about it now? It's been that way forever. But if you think back about it, it shouldn't be up to us. That hedge was at one time at 3 feet, and it's been allowed to go to 6. That's the city's responsibility. That's not my responsibility. And it irritates me because we make all these codes, but there's no code enforcement. Nobody comes out and holds their feet to the fire and says, that hedge needs to be 3 feet. I'd love to have more privacy, but if you give the castles this privacy, you're going to create a real hazard at the street and the sidewalk. where there's a lot of activity with children. And we all know that. There's speeding traffic up and down Second Street because Third Street was shut down. We've all seen the traffic just when there's an activity at the Mission or the park. Take a drive through there and look at the activity. So you're just putting a burden on safety. And the fact that it's on Mr. Castle's property and it's a 6-foot high fence makes absolutely no difference. It's a visibility issue. And this is what I don't understand about codes. You write codes and someone says, I'm not going to do it. And that's acceptable. How's that acceptable? You can't run a government and a city that way. That's why codes are created, to create uniformity in a community. You simply can't turn your back on them. And by doing this, you're creating a real safety issue. Someone is going to get hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this needs some more clarification. Because nowhere in the fence codes I didn't see anything about hedges.
Well, and apparently we don't have anything.
Is there? Okay.
on-
You're sure that's ours?
A hedge does fall within the definition of a
With the
fence.
fence? Okay.
And it does clearly create a safety issue. I mean, we've all heard about our own fences or our neighbors' fences where they're hazards. 6 feet on a driveway is, you can't see around it with oncoming traffic. And when you're on a thoroughfare, whether it's a tiny thoroughfare like Mission or Monterey or Second, it clearly a hazard. And something needs to be done.
Okay. Let's bring this back then with our new person gets a brand new, she gets a project right from the get-go. Of that, Dawn, are you comfortable with, I mean, that's your, she works for you, so. Or do you want to speak on give you a shot to speak on the matter too, so.
Well, we did, and Doug Pike is on the line, our city engineer, and we talked about traffic triangles in the middle of the block and that, I guess, I don't know, John, you had this conversation with Doug, not I. But if we do anything in response to the situation, you know, it's just like basketball hoops. We got to look at every situation in town and administer it equitably. We can't just pick one driveway and one fence. We need to look at everyone's fence. So if that's what you need staff to be doing, then we'll do that.
It sounds like an expert has already looked at this.
Yeah.
Do we have that person here to speak?
Well, the city engineer's on the line. Oh, to Julie, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that's my wife's account that I'm on. I'm happy just to weigh in a little bit. First off, this is really a planning and zoning issue. I'll just comment that when you come to visibility triangles, they are measured at intersections and not at mid-block driveways. However, there's a principle out there that if there's a safety concern, it ought to be weighed and considered. I like the idea of just getting a clear read on the code. However, sometimes things aren't completely resolved by the code and are best resolved using wisdom and logic and neighborly cooperation. I think that we could also potentially come back with win-win cooperative solutions with support of both neighbors. One of the things that sparked my interest was the gentleman who owns the corner home is interested in a new curb cut and access to the backyard or side yard, however you look at it, for parking an RV, which might be possible, might not, but it certainly would require a public works permit because of the need for a curb cut. And I just see an opportunity there to help direct design of a fence and a gate that is 6 foot, but right at the driveway is set back. It's the same idea of having a notch, as council member pointed out, so that there is some visibility and could be designed such that someone backing up their car from the adjacent house could look and have some line of visibility without having to get out of the car and stand behind the car and check up and down the sidewalk. I couldn't imagine how annoying that would be and intolerable that situation is. If it were me having to do that, it would just drive me crazy. Life, you know, there's so much to do without having to do that 4 times, 5 times a day. So it's just my opinion on that. But since I was asked to weigh in, I just have seen many circumstances in my career that aren't resolved strictly by the code, but can be resolved by cooperative compromise. And, you know, all we can do is facilitate that because it has to be the individual decision of the neighbors to be willing to compromise. And that's my commentary on that.
Okay, thank you. I think that's kind of a
Thank you.
common.
Good. Good points.
Yep. So what do you think? We'll have our planner look at sift through the code, the fencing code. And while she's at it, she can point out probably a whole bunch of inadequacies. And then bring it back. The only thing, bring it back to us and then see if we can clarify a few things and then hopefully maybe work with the neighbors a little more. Is that good for you?
It would be really helpful if we could convene a meeting with both neighbors in the same room instead of talking to them one at a time.
Okay. Gentlemen, are you up for that? To all of us, you know, a couple of us get together and just kind of chat it out and see what you think? Oh, great. Wow. That was easy. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So then we'll just continue it to the next meeting then with our pending information. So no action tonight. But thank you for bringing everything forward and thanks for being totally civil with us too. We appreciate it. So, okay, moving on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes, sir. Well, we'd like maybe you and Mr. Castle to get together with maybe, and I'll volunteer to sit in it with
Sure.
with city manager. Maybe we can contact you all to, we'll figure out a day we can do, you know, something at 10 o'clock here in the chambers and, you know. Yes. Is that fine, Mr. Castle? Is that fine? Okay, great. Yes. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Now we get to have some fun, huh? 6B, an ordinance amending chapter 11 of the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code and add food truck vending. I don't think so. Maybe your notes will get answered. Okay.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Magda Gonzalez. The item before you. Can I take this up?
Oh, nice. Okay.
My apologies. The item before you is an amendment of the municipal code, to add chapter 11-16 mobile food truck vending. Yeah, thanks. Next slide, please. This is a quick timeline of the process, that has led us here. We had a discussion with the planning commission on April 2nd, where they requested that we host, workshops and invite the public to provide, feedback regarding our proposed mobile food truck ordinance. We had a second, we had scheduled a second planning commission discussion on July 2nd. Unfortunately, that item wasn't discussed just due to time constraints. On July 11th, the city manager, along with staff and a local mobile food vendor, had a meeting just to discuss possible locations where mobile food vending would be best suited. And on August 27, 2024, we brought it before the planning commission, where they recommended approval to the city council and added one more location. Part of the feedback that we received was to remove short-term operations. We originally had 3 different types of permits. It was short-term operations, long-term operations, and developed property operations. The community felt that the short-term operation was just not necessary and wouldn't be of any benefit. They also requested that we extend the hours of operation. Initially, we had planned from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., but they requested that it be expanded all the way to 10 p.m. because the point of having a mobile food trucks available is to have different options and have options available to them later in the night. We also reduced the time, or I'm sorry, the dates when this food truck would be available to just Mondays and Tuesdays, since we heard that we didn't want them to negatively impact the local businesses. And since most restaurants are closed on Mondays and Tuesdays, that would be the preferred dates of operation. We did identify 3 specific locations within the city's public right-of-way. We also identified that planning would be the division that would review and approve the permits, and that a fee of $150 would be established for this applications. The first proposed location is along the Alameda, on the soccer field on the right-of-way.
Oops.
Okay. The second one is the Valero gas station across the Valero gas station along McKinley Street. And the third one recommended by the planning commission is along Abbey Park. Because of the width of the street, it would be suitable for mobile food trucks to operate there as well. This amendment to the municipal code is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to sections 15060(6)(c)(2) and 15061(b)(3). Because it won't have a negative environmental impact, and it's not creating any physical changes to any to the environment, and it has been determined sorry, with certainty that the municipal code amendment will not have any significant effect on the environment. So staff recommends that the city council approve option 1 and 2. The first option is to find that the ordinance is exempt from CEQA. Option 2 is that it will approve the resolution to amend the municipal code to add chapter 11-16 and to reassign the chapters following between -16 and 11-16 to 11-20, Or the third option is to continue the hearing and direct staff to provide additional information or clarification. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. John, questions, concerns?
I'm not certain I have any real questions other. My main concern is that the location on the soccer field, next, I should say, next to the soccer field. I have a feeling somewhere, somehow, people are gonna go on the other side into the dirt, into the parking lot, and because some of us who've lived here for a while have already seen food trucks in that parking lot. And as you know, we don't control the parking lot, it's owned by the school district, so. You know, our jurisdiction, I guess, kind of ends, for lack of a better word, but I am in favor of this ordinance completely. I think we as a city have really digressed. Later on, I have some specific comments and further on down in the agenda. But for example, when I moved here in 2002, there was 13 places where you could go and sit. This is important. I'm using the word sit down and have something to eat. Now we're down to 6. So that is the opposite of economic development. That's economic development, or the opposite direction of the way we want to go. So this is an opportunity to add what we need, more of what we need. Thank you.
May I address your comment? If they did park on the other side on the actual parking, once we issue the permit or the city issues a permit, it will have specific standards. If they don't comply, the city will have the option to pull that license. Yeah.
Thank you. I have lots, sorry. Were there traffic studies done for all of these locations? I know we currently do them on 4th Street when we were doing Friday Night Lights.
No, ma'am, no traffic studies were
Okay,
conducted.
because I'm really concerned about McCollum, coming off the freeway, and making that right on McCollum. If we're talking about having it only in front of the Valero gas station. I'm also concerned with that location because of the taqueria that's already there. And the impact that it will have, throughout this, whole discussion on food trucks. It talks about not impacting any of the, current businesses, brick and mortars, food that we have now, and that will impact that one. I have the same concern as Councilmember Freeman with the one at the school. I don't know if that road is wide enough, and the school the parking lot is not our property. I thought they worked really well at 4th Street, and maybe there's another location. I don't know. But I have concerns about the other 2. I liked the Mondays and Tuesdays. And on page 4 of the staff report, it talks about right above the environmental review, it says, once this ordinance has been adopted and mobile food trucks successfully operate within the city limits, staff intends to bring before you a mobile food ordinance specifically tailored for private properties. So I didn't know the difference between private property and developed private property that's discussed on page 3 of the actual ordinance. So if we talk about private property as being the same as developed private property, in the ordinance, we talk a whole lot about developed private property. And it says in the staff report above that we will have another ordinance to address that. So I'm a little confused between what private property is in the staff report and the several locations where it talks about developed private property.
So we left that section on there describing private property because initially when we started this conversation, that was the main goal to bring that option on develop private property. But once we started discussing, there were a lot of questions or conflicts. So we decided to move forward with just the specific locations, test that out, bring the ordinance as is in case you decided, yes, let's move forward with actually allowing mobile food trucks on private property. If that is the direction you want to take, that language is already on there. Otherwise, we can easily just remove it.
That's a whole lot of removal. So we talk about long-term operations on Mondays and Tuesdays. There's the other distinction that I wasn't sure about. We talk about Monday and Tuesday, then we talk about long-term operations from 1 hour to a maximum of 4 hours. Is that any day of the week? Is that just on Mondays and Tuesdays? Is that developed private property where we have food trucks right now on a Friday or Thursday and a Saturday? So I don't understand that distinction either.
It could be, at this moment, it's Monday and Tuesday, but realistically, it could be whatever you feel is more suitable. We did hear a lot of feedback, positive feedback, that it works in Abbey Park, so it could be implemented any day of the week at Abbey Park.
So I like that. I
Yeah.
like the Monday and Tuesday at Abbey Park because we don't have anything in the city that's open. Hardeen's is open. But only until 8 o'clock. But then we have, where does the food truck fall in that that's on Thursday? Oh, sorry, excuse me. That occur on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday on private property. Is that, I didn't, there's so many, for me, there's just, we talk about one thing and then we talk about something else, and they're two totally different things, but we're trying to put them all in the same ordinance.
Yes, we can draft this 2 separate ordinances. Any mobile food truck that's operating on developed property at the moment should have a temporary land use of land permit. Yeah, not a long-term operation like this would be for at least a year.
Okay, that's perfect. So then at one point it talks about, and I'm not sure where that is. It talks about a 30-day thing. So I guess I don't understand the definition of long-term operation.
I think the 30-day is once we review an application, once we receive it. If we don't receive a complete
Yeah,
application.
I saw that too. So long-term operation says 1 to 4 hours. Somewhere else it talks about Monday and Tuesday. But we have I guess I just don't understand the difference between long-term operation and what the short-term operation was.
That one was less. I believe it was around an hour. I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Okay.
we got
So
rid of that
long-term
one.
just extends the hours of operation, and the days are specific to Monday and Tuesday.
Yes. Unless
Okay.
you want to change that, yeah.
But on the developed private property or the TULIP, the temporary use of land permit, that could be on developed private property for 6 to 10 or 4 hours or what? I mean, we
Currently,
have
we're
so
allowed.
many things going on right
Yes,
now.
yeah. Currently, we're allowing them for a max of 72 hours a week.
But not 72 consecutive hours,
Correct.
correct?
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
That was huge for me. On page 4 of the ordinance, 11-16-050, it talks about an appeal going to the planning commission. I'm just curious why it doesn't go to the council.
Typically, an administrative permit typically goes to planning commission first.
So they can appeal to the planning commission, and then if they don't get the response that they want, they can come to the council.
Yes.
Why are we not cutting out the middleman? Just a question. Doesn't have to be answered right now, because this is the first reading, and I have lots more questions, sorry. In right-of-way operations requirements by application type, we have 2 types of applications, a long-term operation and a general operation. And it seems like the only difference is notarized parking authorization form. What is that?
That is a typo, and I apologize for that. It should be long-term and developed property. And the application that you referenced would be applicable to the developed private property parking.
So, and I didn't understand what, oh, that's authorization from the
Business
property
owner for the
owner.
property, yes, correct.
Okay, so this is developed private. Thank you. Thank you for that response. I got more. On operational standards 11-16-060, number 8. It says, the first sentence says, shall not leave the approved location vacant for an extended period. Failure to not occupy an approved location within a 30-day period without notifications shall result in the revocation of the approved location of the mobile vending permit.
Yes, for example, if, once they submit their application, they're gonna tell the city where they wish to operate. On Abbey Park, okay, great, this is where we're gonna operate. If they don't show up, let's say for a month, then somebody else will be given the opportunity to take over that location. Instead of, if they're just not gonna show up and not provide any information to the city as to why they're not operating there.
Okay, thank you. That's a good one. No food truck. You can't leave a food truck overnight on any public street, park, or public property. So, say for instance, Abbey Park, you couldn't park there all night long. You couldn't park there overnight. Or I couldn't park a food truck outside of my property. If it were my food truck, I can't park it out on my street overnight to move it to a location like Abbey Park.
It's meant to specify this locations, like you cannot leave it at Abbey Park if it's not operation. You can't leave it there overnight. You have to move it once you cease operating for the night. But if you own the food truck and you're gonna leave it in your street then, I mean, that wouldn't be an issue, but the fact is that we don't want them to just leave them at this proposed
And
location.
that's another question. Do we have issue with leaving a food truck out overnight?
No, but I can see where it could become an issue if everybody's gonna leave their food trucks out on public property.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of that. What? Mm-hmm. This is a language issue I had, 11-16-080, approval and permit issuance. A3, the mobile truck vendor agrees to comply with the regulation in this chapter. We have lots of folks who agree to comply with all of our ordinances and fail to do so. So I would ask that that get changed to mobile food truck vendor complies with regulations of this chapter. Again, for the mere fact that people choose not to comply.
Okay.
We stipulate $150 cost. What's the application fee? And I looked this up and I really didn't understand the whole entire code. If we're how we're basing our fees on for a business permit. What are our business permit fees? Does anybody have that answer?
It varies based on business type.
So there was a whole list of business types that had to pay like $150. And above that, there was a box that said per 100,000. There was a tax or a fee associated with that. If your sales were above so much, then you pay so much for that. So how did we come up with the 150? Was it just because?
No, it was based on staff's time, an estimate on what it would take staff to review it.
Just to write the
Yeah,
permit?
and to make sure that they're at that location and they have the other requirements, fire approval, environmental health services, that they have a sales tax, to review that those are all accurate and active.
So they're paying sales tax to the city based on?
Yes, ma'am.
On top of the $150 fee. Okay, thank you.
They're collecting sales tax on behalf of the city.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
They are collecting sales tax on behalf
On
of the
behalf of the
city.
city. Okay, thank you. Do we have a decibel meter? Roy? No. Okay. Because diesel or gas powered generators can't exceed 70 decibels, measured 5 feet from the unit. So I just want to make sure that we actually have the tools to do that job. And then I apologize to the rest of the council. I had one more very important question in my mind. 11-16-020 in findings. D, letter D. The city of San Juan Bautista has an important, comma, as well as substantial, comma, public interest in providing the community regulations to prevent safety, traffic, health hazards, etc. So this one phrase, substantial, comma, public interest, means two different things depending on how you look at it. And I understand that there was a lot of public outreach. So is it the city of San Juan Bautista has an important as well as substantial interest in providing community regulations, or was there a substantial public interest in providing food trucks? And if that's the case, that's a quantifiable number. Do we have a count on how many folks came to these meetings?
I believe to the first workshop, around 30 people. On the second one was virtual. I'm not sure the number on that one.
Okay.
was gonna say closer to 15,
Yeah.
but the people who came were actually food truck owners, and so the dialogue was real constructive. I believe Hopper Brothers was at that one.
I remember that one.
And we
I
also
was there for
received
that.
email comments as well.
Okay, so then my question is it substantial public interest in having food trucks, or is it important for the city to have a substantial interest in providing community regulations to prevent safety, traffic, and health hazards?
I believe it's both, but I can write it however you like.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want the city engineer's input on traffic studies required for food trucks?
So I'm just concerned, do I want the city's engineer requirement for?
You want his opinion, does he do traffic studies for food trucks in other
Oh,
cities?
so that was,
Is it-
my question on that one was because coming off of 156 onto McCollum, taking that right-hand turn onto McCollum, there's a very short, this shows it right in front of the Valero gas station, and my concern is safety. People come off of that, 18-wheelers come off of that, and I have actually seen cars come in the opposite direction, doing a backwards on the on-ramp. But my concern is that the stopping of vehicles at that stop sign, and whether they are actually stopping, and whether having a food truck there creates a hazard, a blind spot. I'm just concerned about safety issues with oncoming traffic right there.
Well, did the city engineer look at this?
They did, and they didn't have
They
any issues, yes. But we can request for additional information if you like. But yeah, they didn't express any concerns.
Okay, I thought I asked that question. Okay.
I'm sorry, you asked for a specific traffic study.
Okay,
and it was not,
apologies.
yes.
Okay, so a traffic study hasn't been done, but the engineer looked at it and said not a problem.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Do you want to hear from the city engineer tonight, council member?
I'm gonna defer to the rest of the council at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a long list. You covered some of my questions. But I'm gonna pick up where you left off, because the first thing that shot out to me, and thank you for the report, but I just have to say in general, it just seems so overwhelming. You know, I thought this would be a really simple ordinance, simple process, that we want to bring food trucks on the nights that our restaurants are closed. We don't want to interfere with the brick and mortar that are here. We want to, provide a service. I don't agree with 2 nights, simply because there are a couple places that are open Tuesday nights. JJ's now, Hardina's, and then we have the taco vendor over that's brick and mortar at Valero. I don't like the hours. I'll be very honest with you, 6 to 10. We have a noise ordinance. We have poorly lit streets, after 5 now. I was thinking more along the lines of maybe 4 to 8. That's 4 hours. That's what the 2 trucks already do over at Vertigo. If you say 10 o'clock, then does that mean they stop at 10? They start cleaning up at 9? Or are they still allowed to have people at their truck window at 10 p.m.? Then you're talking about maybe them cleaning up and moving on after 11. So I don't like those hours. I'll be very frank. I like 1 day a week, since we're in the mode of testing this out. Let's see what 1 day does. The other thing is definitely the location. I agree with Pro Tem Mayor Jordan, that McElhamey turn off of 156, especially if you're talking about dark time hours now, or just even the fact that it's in that location. I think it's a very obvious traffic hazard. Where do the people park? Where do they stand? Where's it's just a whole, it looks like a big safety issue for me. Where do the people park? Where do they stand to get their food? Where do the trucks park? Definition of food truck, are you also including food trailers? I know what a food truck is. It's a self-contained truck, okay, with the kitchen and whatnot, but then you have food trailers. and we have a food trailer already that's in town, and you talk about long-term in here, how does that address the taco truck that's on a property 7 days a week? I mean, is that addressed in here with your long-term? And does that address that situation that's been ongoing? There's been no resolution on it. Myself and Pro Tem Jordan have brought it up every single meeting when we get a chance to talk about food trucks, and nothing's done.
That's a permanent food truck and not listed anywhere in here. And is it a violation of every ordinance that we have and hasn't been rectified yet?
There's no bathroom there. There's nothing there. Yeah, we can go on about that. The other thing, I had 6 questions, but I think you covered, them. One of mine was who attended these public meetings? Who were was it the stakeholders, the food truck owners or trailers owners? Okay, I was at one. Okay, can I please talk? Okay, so that's important to me. Accurate information. Does the public really want this? Do the people that have brick and mortar eateries really feel affected by this? What's their input? What are the fees? It sounds like 150 is way too low. Who's gonna monitor the sales tax, that they're inputting that correctly? We have to hold them kind of to the same standards as brick and mortar. Just because they're on wheels, I think they should not, be given leeway. Other things, permits for what duration of time? Do they get 150 for 3 months? A year? That's definitely a bargain, 150. Okay, how many trucks at a time are permitted? Are you gonna let 10 in, 4 in? How is it a lottery basis? And is there rotation of these vendors? Who or what department will provide oversight and code enforcement? Code enforcement probably, I don't know, is it more than one department? Oversight's huge when you want to enact all these rules and ordinances, codes in the ordinance. And then, like I said, the hours of operation, the location I really feel that's best suited is probably Abbey Park. 1 day a week. I have, also, I think I talked about the long term, but there was some language in here that seemed very arbitrary, like it was left to the idea or opinion of, there was something I pointed out. Let's see. Permit suspension or revocation, the city engineer or designee. So who is the designee? Determines there has been a violation of the permit on mobile food truck regulations. In this article, he or she may provide the permit holder with a notice. So may, I don't like that word, like who determines what. So there's just I don't need to be nitpicking. This is a huge document. Like I said, I agree with everything that Pro Tem Mayor said, and not to be, offensive or, I'm not anti-food truck, but I think I pointed out the things that concern me. I just thought it would be a simpler exercise of let's see how this works with maybe one day. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for all your work on this. Thank you for the presentation. I'll try to be to the point with my comments, and that please nobody take it as rude. But I am usually pretty direct. Limiting competition of brick and mortar restaurants just really doesn't sit well with me at all. The way that brick and mortar should be protected is by staying competitive with what they're offering, and keeping a loyal clientele. We've seen this with the shift from brick and mortar buying to online buying. Food trucks were and have been an inventive way for people to deal with how hard it is to run a restaurant, and how difficult it is to keep a restaurant up while still offering people dining options. Trying to limit them. I was under the impression that we were just trying to find a way and provide a legal opportunity for food trucks to exist on the public right away. I still like what we've done with the temporary use of land permits, TULIP. I don't know the acronym, TULIP, whatever it is.
Well done.
accidentally, right? On private properties, to me, I love the taco truck. I love that it's here 7 days a week. It seems to me within our current ordinances that if they're being issued a permit for the private property that they're on, seems fine to me. It's a quick, I won't say healthy because I don't order the healthy things, but it's a quick and delicious option later. I love the late options. A lot of stuff around here closes early, and if I don't feel like cooking, I've got to go spend my money outside of our jurisdiction, which isn't doing us any good in terms of sales tax. I know that is shared across a lot of different households and families. I mean, if the city engineer has looked at all these sites and you know, I would appreciate if the city engineer could look at, maybe there's some new concerns being brought up, but if the city engineer has looked at them and has given an approval or hasn't seen any issues, would love not to spend money on more studies.
That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, if they've looked at it and maybe like, you know, you guys brought up some specific concerns, that they can specifically address those concerns and explain why they don't believe those are an issue. I would be satisfied with that. Yeah, like only real complaints about the document in and of itself is that it's very long. And I would have thought we could have done something simply. And then two, I really hate that we're limiting to just 2 nights a week. And specifically the reasons why we're limiting to 2 nights a week.
Should have started with the introduction with be patient with this one because we haven't had food trucks pretty much never in this town, and now I guess we're gonna go with the fad. Had a couple concerns, mostly safety locations. The lighting at McCollum and the Alameda is terrible. There's no way we can at 9 o'clock at night right now. I mean, it gets dark at 5 there. The only way you can really safely light it is if we light up the ballpark, which costs us because we've got 1940 technology there still. 6 a.m. to 10, that's my opinion, is ridiculous. I'd say 4 to 10. I don't see
6 a.m.
It's at 6 a.m. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. But like you said, with the noise ordinance, that's a little early. That's just my opinion. I saw something that jumped out on 11-16-050 requirements and license process, and I was going down and something caught me on the insurance. It says bonding and insurance naming the city as an additional named insurer. The city may require all bond to be posted before the mobile food trucks begins commercial operations soon, for all conditions are met. And then there's something very similar on the very next page about bonding and insurance, naming the city as an additional insurer. When you open a restaurant in this town, does the city have to be an additional insurer?
It's not opened on public property.
Okay. Okay, that's why I asked on. Okay, so take a breather. Just question. Bathroom facilities, the only real bathroom facilities with a well-lit area is Abbey Park, and that's their bathrooms are in need of repair. Yeah, there is. That's right. That's right. We do have that one, which is a nice one. But it could be open that night on that specific time. No, Abbey Park. Abbey Park, yeah. Yeah. John, thank you. I was thinking about the old fashioned ones over there. I'm not against it. I think the reason that the days that were picked is because most places are open on Mondays and Tuesdays. And as John always points out, you know, you can fire a cannon down Main Street on Tuesday night and not hit anybody, but that's pretty much normal everywhere around here. So I'm not really against that. It is, you and I are gonna agree on something. This is a lot of verbiage. Yeah, this is a lot. This is like something you see coming from the federal government, you know. But I understand it's the litigious society we have. And I'm glad we get to see it again, because I don't think any of us would be ready to make anything on the decision at all on this. Environmental review, there's no possibility. Okay, that's seems like that would be. Yeah, that was my concerns, the location, the time, the safety of the locations, the bathrooms, we've hashed that out. I get now the insurance, and I agree with that. It is on the city's public street. I think I had a couple more now if I think about it. It's a lot. I'm just so small, sorry. Don't make it small.
Won't be as many pages.
That's I think that what I asked and what everybody else has asked is pretty much covering it. I might. You're rattling off that list, and I was like, there's not that much. Then I started going, I'm like, oh yeah, there is that much. Okay. We'll go public comment real quick. If there's any.
No speaker cards received, but if anybody in chambers wishes to make a public comment, if you can step up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Okay.
Seeing none, and I am seeing no hands raised on Zoom.
Nobody in Zoom in? Okay. Thank you. John, any more questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, I did have some comments. It is a long, first of all, I'd like to thank you for working so long and hard on this. I know this was a lot of work, and thank you for it. And the reason why it's so long and detailed is because you want all these restrictions. If we don't want any restrictions, it's a very short document. I mean, it's so you can't have it both ways. You can't have it short and then, oh no, we only want when it's a blue moon and on Mondays from 8 to 10 or whatever, you know, it's just, so you gotta I think we need to try things. We're hurting economically. We're in a bad position, you know, and if we just keep doing the same old thing, that's the definition of, and expecting change, that's the definition of crazy. You gotta change something, so this is our chance to change something. I'm like EJ, I agree with the competition viewpoint. I think the the brick and mortar places need to up their game, and they need to up their numbers, frankly, and then we won't need the food trucks, you know, because food trucks is just takeout, and a lot of people, including me, prefer to go and sit at a restaurant and have someone else do the dishes and have someone else prepare the food and serve it to me. That's an enjoyable experience, and you do not get that at a food truck. You only get that at a what I call a real restaurant. So, but in spite of that I prefer that experience. I am in favor of this ordinance, and hopefully there won't be too many tweaks needed. Thank you.
Anything else?
Yeah, I think we need a lot of tweaking, and not in favor of how it's written now. I don't like the 6 to 10 o'clock either. I think that's insane. And once again, thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez, for bringing it up. Something needs to be done with the permanent food truck. That's not permitted. We don't have a tulip for it. And if we are going to write this extensive document on temporary food trucks, then we need to address that. And until that's addressed, it should leave. Thank you. Lots of changes.
Yeah, thank you once again. And I do, I think at this juncture, I'm probably not gonna approve this at this time. I know it's a first reading. I think there's I think our points should be well taken. We all have our different opinions. I just want to correct, Councilmember Freeman. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for all of this. This was totally unexpected. So I don't know where you're coming with that, okay? I like things simple, direct. It's a trial. And then to council members, Sabathia's comment, I think we all need to support our brick and mortar. Yes, I believe competition and variety is great. But you know, we have to, and you talked about economic development. These people are struggling, and I see that food trucks are gonna benefit probably one person primarily financially. It's gonna be the food truck owners. Okay, they don't have the overhead, they don't have all the expenses that brick and mortar do. I think as a small community, we should shop small, eat small when we can. And some of them are standing room only or takeout to go. I think we need to put our money where our mouth is and support brick and mortar that is here. I'm gonna do better at that. And I feel that once again, the food truck vendors are gonna benefit from this. $150 fee for an annual permit seems like a small amount for the gain that they're gonna get. Thank you.
Food truck owners are small business owners, so that I do consider that shopping small. And as far as shopping local, two of them live right here in town, the ones that are here the most. I don't know really where I stand on changes. I am never going to stop somebody from making a document smaller and simpler. Ever. But we've been talking about this for 18 to 24 months. So if shortening a document and you know, getting some quick approvals out with all the appropriate controls and protections the city needs is what we need to do. I'm in favor of that. I am not in favor of rewriting to target believe every time I've checked the food trucks that are parked on, all the food trucks operating in town that are parked on private have the appropriate permits. So I would not be in favor of rewriting to target them. We have existing permitting for that situation. That's all.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't mind the variety and the spattering, you know, different culinary venues and stuff, and it is a lot of stuff, and I understand it's a lot of stuff. Nothing, don't take any offense to that. It's just,
No, it's fine.
it's the society we live in now. I mean, we can't keep, it's just, what is it, one person for every 7 attorneys in the state or something? Sorry, John. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, and of course we can't move forward right now because we have a couple more readings. But John, on your point, I don't want to sell our soul because we're going to make another $30 a month, you know? So I mean, if that's the case, move to Hollister because they definitely sold their soul. So we still have to keep the uniqueness. Things are going to turn, you know, hopefully things get better and you know, hopefully people start coming to California again and start being tourists and visit our restaurants. But you're killing me.
This is really quick. So if we're talking about
Just Candelarium.
if we're okay with the food trucks that we currently have on private property, like pizza, like Hoppa, like the taco truck at Vertigo. That all falls under the developed property that, I forget the terminology now.
Yes, it would fall under,
Developed
developed
private
private
property.
yes.
So we can completely remove that because they all have their temporary use of land permit. So we can completely, potentially remove all of anything applicable to develop private property and allow them to keep their temporary use of land permit. Right. So remove that and just have long-term operations from 1 to 4 hours on Monday and Tuesday, or whatever day everybody else decides. I don't know. I think Mondays and Tuesdays are great because we do have the food trucks on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
May I ask for clarification on that, on the hours of operation? We established 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. based on the feedback that we received. Some people wanted food trucks that provide breakfast items. That's why it was so early in the morning. They're like, before we go to work, we want to be able to grab something to buy, a bite to eat before we leave. When we come back from work, we're stuck in traffic. I know that there's a consensus or an idea to move forward with 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Do you want to make that decision now, or do you want us to take it back to the public for their opinion? Because we've changed it based on that, on their needs.
No, it's been to the public already. That's why it's back.
Yes.
That's why it's front of us. As far as 6 a.m., imagine 6 food trucks across the street from your house at 6 a.m. all running generators. I mean, I believe our ordinance is 7, construction starts on 7 and then none on Sundays. So. And show up at 10. Yeah, I don't know if we have a 10, but yeah. So that's one thing. I know most of these locations, well, McCollum, your locations, it'd be right across the street from an apartment complex. And then.
It's across from, it shows just that small window of the Valero gas station.
Yeah, and there's really nowhere to park there anyway.
There's already as soon as they open, they start
Yeah.
Firing up the grill.
And there's no parking there. It's dirt. It's a dirt parking area. That's my concern about.
Agreed.
6 a.m. Midday here in San Juan. On a Tuesday, I mean, people are at work. I mean, I don't really, I mean, you can actually on a Tuesday at 10 o'clock go to the post office and get in and out without spending 3.5 hours there as you do it after 5 because you see everybody, you know, so it's that's just my judge on it. What? Yeah, you know. You're those people. But
And the window serves breakfast too.
yes.
And lunch.
And so does JJ's.
Every day.
Every
And
day.
so does JJ's,
Yeah.
formerly Gigi's.
Maybe we align it to the current noise at hours. Whatever those are.
7 to 10, so.
It brings us within the.
You were squawking about trucks being parked next to your house and waking up your infant. So do you want?
They don't get there till 8.
Do you want?
She wakes up before them.
It just seems like too early.
I wouldn't go for a 6 to
10, that's a long time.
Yeah, I wouldn't go along with that.
Plus running a generator for that long, I mean, you're gonna have to go through 30 gallons of fuel.
Diesel.
Well, not all generators.
Most of them
Well,
are
that's
gas,
true.
most of them are
That's
gas.
Right.
But if this is a trial run, we need to ask the planners if we can have the flexibility to change it later without having a 6-month
Yes, that's always an
trial
option.
run, you know. I don't wake up until 7:30, so you know, I'm not being there at 6 for a burrito, breakfast burrito. I'm with you, Scott. And if I would say start at 10 or 11 and then go to, you know, lunch through dinner. But there's plenty of people who like their breakfast burritos at 6 in the morning. I'm not gonna stop them.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question. What do the food trucks want? Do they want to be there for 12 hours, 10 hours? I
Well,
mean,
they
is
wouldn't
this-
be allowed to be there for 12 hours.
Well-
It would be for 4 hours, and whoever sells breakfast would be there for that breakfast.
Ah.
And then they would switch lunch.
Okay, well,
And
that's
then
something that
dinner.
wasn't pointed out, so now it's becoming more revealed. Okay, that's still a lot of time on our public right away.
It's in there. It's.
It's a lot. Okay, so there's a lot to read in there. Yeah, okay.
I don't foresee that many food trucks coming here to do business. Especially at
maybe 4.
2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And that could always be changed at later when we see, or the city sees that maybe they're coming at that specific time frame instead of what we anticipated. So let's modify it to that.
Or we can add it later.
Yes.
Okay. I like adding instead of subtracting.
Well, he likes subtracting like 4 pages of this.
That I can subtract.
Okay. Okay, we did our public comments. We've beat this to death so far, and you have our notes and
I sure do, yes.
and thankfully Liz is recording this in multiple different. Thanks, but so thank you. Thanks for helping us out with that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Where are we?
Let's see.
Do you need a break? You guys want to take 5 minutes? All right, 5-minute break. Absolutely. We're on C, an ordinance of San Juan Bautista Municipal Code adding vacancy registration fees.
Thanks, Mayor. I wrote this staff report.
You got that one?
And John wrote the ordinance.
Okay, great.
We've been talking about a vacancy tax or a vacancy fee as an incentive for property owners to lease their facilities when they're vacant. Rather than leaving properties vacant for long periods of time, an incentive to fill those vacancies and to bring their properties so that they can be leased and can be filled. It's an economic development strategy that's done in many different cities. And we looked at several examples beginning back in October 2022. It was in our strategic plan, April 16, 2024. And we last looked at a draft ordinance and a discussion item, September 10th, 2024. And that same ordinance from September 10 is attached to this report tonight for first reading. In the deliberations, the city council decided to steer away from a vacancy tax because that requires a vote of the people, Proposition 218 most likely. But they did favor a West Hollywood version of a vacancy registration fee. And in West Hollywood, these fees are quite steep, thousands of dollars. And they also rank the business, the building condition, the property condition, as various states of vacancy and then vagrancy. The ordinance that was proposed in September was more gentle than that. Basically saying that the at-risk, problematic, and failed properties mentioned in West Hollywood ordinance, the council decided to settle on the term blight. And a blighted property is a condition of decay or deterioration, disrepair, neglect, inadequate maintenance, including but not limited to conditions constituting a public nuisance, contributing to the diminution of the property values of the surrounding properties. So this is not quite as fierce as West Hollywood, but more tuned down. If we do talk about fees, that would come back in a fee schedule and a resolution. The West Hollywood program starts at $740 and escalates up to $26,000 for the fee schedule, depending on how badly deteriorated the building is. So staff recommends in the report that perhaps $700 for the first 6 months and $1,000 for the second 6 months, and then $300 escalations not to exceed $20,000 for our city. But again, that would come back for a separate decision and a resolution. For now, we're asking the council to consider an ordinance that establishes a vacancy registration fee as described in the attached policy. That's it, Mayor. Where John and I can answer questions.
Thank you. John, questions?
Thank you for doing this. The question I have is the upper fee, if we decide that if the building department decides that a building is blighted and the owner of the property just shines us on for 6 months or a year, what's the upper limit? What's the upper limit that we can charge him or her?
Not to exceed 20,000.
Okay. That sounds, my worry was that it was gonna be less than that, because if it's, I know that in a lot of situations, like involving certain types of municipal waste and 1383 situations where certain businesses are just ignoring the fee schedule, paying the fine and considering the cost of doing business. And so the fines aren't actually doing what they intended. They're not gaining compliance. The people are just saying, the heck with it, I'll write a check, it's easier. So I don't want that. I want them to attempt to lease their building and I guess my next question is how would it be just a completely subjective judgment by you or the planning director as to whether or not the building owner has tried to lease the building? You know, is there any set of standards have they advertised it through a commercial realtor or in the newspaper, or whatever, I don't know. These are all questions going across my mind. And we probably need to, I don't need an answer right now, but we just should think about it.
So, the answer right now. Yeah, I'll be sitting on the beach here shortly.
Well, there's an inspection process, right? There's an inspection process as to whether or not the building is blighted. So it's one thing to have a vacant building that's in great shape and you're ready to move into, and you just can't find a tenant. And then there's a difference between that and then one that gets inspected and is determined to fit this blighted condition. So that's two different things. It's aligned to our nuisance property ordinance that we have in a different part already established. One of the most common things that I've seen in our town is properties that remain vacant due to ownership disputes relating to marital separations. Where the divorce takes 2 years and the property sits.
20 years.
Okay, 20 years. I didn't want to exaggerate. And sits there vacant for a long.
So maybe the $20,000 would be a sufficient impetus for them to settle their divorce and or make a property division.
Well, and there's a vacant building here in town that just 6 months ago had broken windows that the owner has now tended to, and the windows are fixed or boarded at least and painted. So the building doesn't have to be there with broken windows. It can be kept in good shape while it sits vacant. Well, these discrepancies occur.
Thank you for bringing this forward. Just one thing. When you talk about the continued $300 escalation not to exceed 20,000, are we talking monthly, quarterly, 6 months? I like the monthly, and I think you just said that.
Well, the 700 and 1,000 were in 6 month increments.
And then it didn't give a
determination for the 300. Well, that's a good question. We weren't specific in our.
yeah, and I think we should be specific, and I like the monthly fee. I like it being monthly. That doesn't give them, that only gives them a couple of months before they hit the 20,000. But if they have to pay a bill because they're vacant every month, that I think that incentivizes it some. So thank you for this.
Thank you, Dawn. This is really a great accomplishment. I think it's pretty cut and dry to the point. We needed this, a long time ago, but I'm glad it's here today. I also agree with Pro Tem Mayor Jordan that it should be a monthly. And I don't know where we should start because there's some buildings on 3rd Street, I'm thinking, that have been vacant for probably a couple decades. So we just kind of set the clock at 0, I guess, moving forward. And then I also think the 20,000, probably not popular to say this, but those properties on 3rd Street are worth quite a bit. So I would think that the upper limit would be assessed on the property value and what the potential rents they would maybe get from that, but just the property value should be considered. It seems like, we just kind of take figures out of thin air. I know we have to have a starting point, but I think it needs to make sense and it needs to work in the city's favor, since Councilmember Freeman reminds us all the time of our economic difficulties. So this is one way to do it. Thank you.
I'm in huge favor of this. I campaigned on this. I really, really believe in it. And it's not just us 5 up here kind of asking for something like this to happen. It's a huge concern of our community. So I'm monthly saying good. I like it. And it is very cold in here.
Just, you know, as far as definitions, we have to make sure they are bulletproof. Because I'm sure somebody will dispute the difference between, you know, I don't, blight is pretty simple, but vacant or boarded, you know, or something like that. I guess a good example of blight would probably be the building that's on the vacant lot on McCollum. The old house out there, and I guess you would say that. I mean, if I'm just kind of thinking out loud, what blight would be. Okay. Yeah, I do like the fact that we changed things from taxes to fees, because that was one of the things I brought up about, I think we have to vote on those. We have to do it. Yeah, that's true. And that's not cheap. It would take a long, we'd be taxing people for a long time to get paid back. No, like, you know, I was against this at first, and then started watching people just kind of walk away from businesses and just, you know, prime example is the end of the town, on the beginning of town, but apparently there's been some discussions going on with the lady that owns JJ's and the brewery building, and she's actually wants to move forward, so it's good. So at least we're talking to people. That's one good. Maybe, and you were asking, you know, when do we start? Maybe kind of a kindness campaign start, you know, hey, this is coming. Get your stuff together. We'll give you a shot before we start throwing money across the bow. No.
We have a process, including certified mail and other.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just want to kind of ease into it. I mean, it's new
forever.
We have, but most people don't pay attention at this time of night, so. Okay, that's all I got. Is there any public comments on that?
Seeing no speaker cards, but if anybody in chambers wishes to make a public comment, please step to the podium and state your name for the record. Seeing nobody rushed to the podium, but we do have one hand raised on Zoom.
Okay.
You have 3
Hi,
minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jason Noble. I'm a associate broker with Nino Real Estate. I live in Tres Pinos. I had a couple questions and concerns that I wanted to bring forward after reading the document. At the vacant or boarded building monitoring fee, paragraph A, it talks about the fee not to exceed estimated reasonable cost. I wanted to ask, has a nexus study been completed in order to demonstrate the cost correlation for all the amounts that are going to be imposed? Also, in that same paragraph, it says at the bottom of the paragraph, the fee shall be payable as to any building, residential or non-residential. I've heard the council members speak over and over about downtown buildings, but I just want to make sure you're keenly aware you're also addressing residential. Under paragraph A1, it's any vacant building for vacant property for more than 90 days. My concern is that if any of you are landlords and once you get a tenant out of the property and you assess how much in repairs need to be done before the building can be in marketable condition again for a new tenant, sometimes 90 days is just not enough time. And please keep in mind that the vast majority of landlords in the state of California are mom and pop. They're not corporations. Many of them rely upon the income as a way of surviving, not really expecting that they're going to see large bills when the tenant leaves. So 90 days can go by very, very quickly. And for them to then have punitive damages for trying to come up with the money to improve the building seems kind of unfair. At paragraph B, fee waiver, you have the language that the monitoring fee may be waived by the city building official. Shouldn't that be shall? If the person's meeting either criteria 1 or 2, you're leaving at the discretion of the building official. But if I've met the criteria, shouldn't it be waived? And the word should be shall, not may. The other concern is that paragraph B2, the building meets the fee waiver, the building meets all applicable codes and is actively being offered for sale, lease, or rent. I certainly understand the incentive that they have it for rent, but the cost, and I'm not condoning anyone not meeting codes or being a slumlord, but when you put a very, very vague, general, all applicable codes, that could be also very difficult for landlords to comply with that. I want to thank you for your time and hope that you'll take these into consideration before making a final decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
We could add building codes to applicable.
Any
That
more,
would
hold on, John, any more comments? Doesn't look like it, but, okay. Go ahead, John. You're up.
I was just gonna say, in directly commenting his last comment, we could just insert the word building in between applicable and codes, and that would decrease that would keep it to a known quantity of codes instead of the whole world, just.
Yeah, okay. Anything else from us? That is a good point. If it does take time now. A lot, it seems like it takes a long time to get anything done. So if a person has a permit or at least an application in within that 90 days, then there obviously maybe some language in there should say, since the person has started a process, then repair process of a vacant property, preparing for more tenants, then yeah, that makes sense to me, because generally what's it take, like if somebody had to do a remodel or do a bunch of repairs.
Well, that's,
So the building permit is valid for 6 months, right?
Sure.
And if you have an inspection or any kind of activity, then you can extend it for another 6 months, so. But I think we're trying to avoid that perpetual extension into 18 months, 24 months.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm
and
sorry.
if you're actively working on it, that's totally different.
That's
than
different. Yeah.
Not,
But does it say that in the,
I thought it
It
did say
says in
that.
the fee waiver section, it says
Say that somewhere.
that the
Does it?
fee can be waived if you're obtaining a building permit or progressing
go. Okay.
diligently to repair
good,
the premises for
I missed that.
occupancy.
And I guess the shalls and mays, we could probably hash out. I still don't know the difference between the two. That would be.
I think May is better for the building official, and he doesn't want, or he or she does not want to be absolutely committed. He needs to have, or she needs to have the discretion.
Okay,
We can
decide.
yeah.
sure. Okay, that makes sense. Anything else? Wow, really? Anything, Jackie? Got anything?
Thank you.
Okay. Well. And no action on that. It was a reading, so. Moving right along.
If we need him to read the title or reading the title or.
Do we have to bring it back as?
They read the title or do they? Can you introduce it?
Yes,
Yeah, that's-
yes,
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
that's enough.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
no, it's all right. We want to make sure we get that right, because that way we won't have to do it again.
There were no changes, right?
Well, we can take the gentleman's comments into consideration and bring it back.
Yeah, but I think we kind of discussed that. I think his concern was the 90-day period if.
Yeah, the 90-day period, I believe, is covered by the fee waiver language.
Okay,
And I was concerned or had a comment about the fee structure and the upper limit based on, the property value. How do you want to determine that?
Well, that'll come back in a resolution.
Okay.
So
Yeah, thank you.
So that'll come back as the second reading?
it'll be a different document. It'll be a fee.
Oh, a fee schedule,
Right,
okay.
right.
So then do we not have to say something about bringing it back as is? Okay.
got that right. Okay, informational items, treasurer's report and monthly financial statements.
We're only there.
Yeah.
Wendy's here. Hey,
Hi, Wendy.
Hi there, good evening. You have in your pack this evening the financial report for the 3-month period ended September 30th representing 25% of the city's fiscal year. Your general funds, the revenues are at 23% for the year to date, and the expenditures are at 22% for the year to date. The net effect is a positive change in the general fund balance of $56,000. Water enterprise fund revenues are at 30%. So quite a bit over the 25%, and then the expenses are at 21%. Providing a positive change in the water enterprise fund for the year of $342,000. The sewer enterprise fund revenues are at 28% for the year to date, and expenses are at 30%. The net effect is a positive change in the sewer enterprise fund of $208,000.
Okay, any questions? Anybody? Any public comment, public questions?
No speaker cards received and no hands raised on Zoom.
I'm curious on one thing. I heard a comment the other day. It was kind of in passing, but somebody said that they go, oh, the reason they're not, and it's a finance thing. So the reason that Freitas Road isn't finished being paved is because San Juan rat on a bunny. And I'm like, I think we already paid all that for it, right? I mean, we're paid for as far as the paving through the valley.
The paving is paid for by a $4 million county allocation of their ARPA monies.
Okay, but we paid half of the,
Yeah, we paid our share.
didn't we? We paid
Oh,
our
sure.
share. Our share is
We're
paid.
paid up. If the paving has stalled out there, it's because of the temperature. You can't put asphalt in.
Sure.
Or soil seal until the spring in some cases.
Okay, that makes sense. I just wanted to,
Bit too cold now.
before I told somebody they weren't right, I wanted to make sure I got the facts. And I would have enjoyed telling this person that, right?
I believe we just sent the county, Wendy, we just sent the county a $4 million bill today, I think.
We did send a letter out to the county for recovering the $4 million. We have incurred costs through your specialty construction, the primary contractor on the project.
Right.
For the paving. So the paving is, there's still some monies out there to be spent, roughly 500,000 on the paving, but we're seeking reimbursement for those costs.
Right.
Oh, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Wendy.
You're welcome.
Have a good night. Okay, doggone questions, reports, city council, we got, do you want to do our report out, John? You got your cards?
I printed it up on the computer.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
so
yeah.
full of you guys. Okay.
Go for it.
First of all, the mayor and the city manager and I traveled to the League of Cities Convention in Long Beach a couple of weeks ago. I'd say it was well worthwhile. We even had a lot of fun. The first day, Scott talked us all into touring the USS Iowa, a huge battleship from World War II, and it was a fantastic education and tour. It was really, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Now under the League of Cities, I attended several seminars on climate change and what cities could do to help fight the challenge of our time, and they were informative. The last seminar was on that topic, but in a very different way. And it was put on, the presenter was the fire chief of the city of Murrieta, which is in Riverside County, if anyone's interested. And he had a strategy to fight against homeowners insurance companies that are now on a regular basis denying coverage to people who already own their, or have a policy and haven't had a fire, but they're turning them down. State Farm withdrew from the state completely, and several other companies are limiting their coverages. And so he had a set of policies and ideas and strategies to help. I sent the information to Don, to the Hollister Fire Department, and to the San Juan Canyon Fire Safety Council, and to the Romas Fire Safety Council, and everybody else who I think, and Scott, to everyone else who I thought could use it. Anyway, so that's my report on that. I would just add that the fire insurance issue is a direct result of climate change, and this is insurance companies telling you, We're not gonna cover you. You're on your own. So next, I have 3CE and Integrated Waste Management Committees did not meet this month. However, I attended an AMBAG meeting last Wednesday. We talked about our Metropolitan Transportation Plan / Sustainable Community Strategy Program up for the year to 2050. This is the plan that determines what and will not be built in terms of transportation in the Tri-County area. It's updated every 5 years by AMBAG, so it's in continual process of being updated. It's basically what AMBAG does. Community input is solicited and included. Caltrans and the California Transportation Commission also has their inputs on what needs to be built in the area. And last, I attended an MBEP meeting last week. It was last week? Yeah. Time flies when you're having fun. Anyway, in the morning, it was interesting. In the afternoon, while you guys left for Senator Caballero, it was my part, and so it was on broadband, and that was very interesting. It was aspects of closing the digital divide and conquering the digital equity problem we have. And it was very interesting, and I'm glad that San Juan is a part of it. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. I attended LAFCO. We are almost finished with our policies manual. And we have extended an opportunity for special districts to sit on LAFCO's board or commission. A couple of special districts have reached out and asked for an extension to our December meeting to decide whether or not they want to join. And I was also at MBEP and left for a send off for Senator Caballero, who has just been listening to everybody speak about her, to her, and have her speak as well. What an amazing champion she has been to San Benito County, the city of Hollister, and the city of San Juan Bautista. She has had this just a steadfast stance on human rights and services, and an unwavering and hugely profound effect on our community, helping us out, a tiny community. What we get from our senator and the Speaker of the Assembly and our Congresswoman, to the millions of dollars that they have granted us is just amazing for how tiny we are, and sometimes as obscure as we are even within our own county. So Senator John Laird was there also and spoke about how he was going to continue the work alongside of Senator Caballero to continue helping us. I'm not sure she actually put that down, but he volunteered her to stay with us. And it was just really amazing to see, to hear all of the great things that she has done and accomplished as our senator, as the mayor of Salinas, and everything else she's done. It's amazing. And water resources is tomorrow, maybe Thursday this week. That's all I have.
You. I did not attend any committee meetings, but I did attend a couple of public forums that were of interest. You know, there are issues that we're concerned about in our county. One was a public hearing or information meeting on October 23rd in Hollister at the Vets Hall on the Highway 25 future expansion plans. That was presented by the COG director, Banu Abraham, and I think Caltrans speakers were there. And then also the second informational meeting I attended was last Thursday on November 14th for the San Benito County Agricultural Element plan. They're talking about the general plan for 2025. And I believe the impetus for this was that our county, which was surprising to me and to others, is that we really lacked a very strong agricultural land use element in our general plan. And so this is the intent behind that. And the people that were presenting it, it was a introductory meeting. They're going to look for stakeholders and any interested public members that want to participate. So it was introductory. It was the county planner, Ariel Godspeed, and then some local farmers and just general public. I was there just as a resident, not representing the city by any means at both of these meetings. And that's it. Oh, COG, I did COG for Scott, the mayor. And that was interesting to be there and be part of the success with the new director, the new Abraham. She's getting a lot done. And then she has a staff, a young staff that report to us on transportation. I guess they're trying to increase ridership and routes with the public transportation, the buses, and also talks about expanding, I believe, with other bus runs to Gilroy. So that'll help keep cars off the roads and hopefully get people, carpooling more, using public transportation. And then also their big announcement was they are moving to a different office, which is located in the downtown central part of Hollister, which makes it more accessible to folks that want to purchase passes and tickets, because right now they are not in downtown, which makes it difficult for people that don't have vehicles to get there to purchase their passes. So that was a huge success for them that they secured a different location. And that's it.
I attended the LAFCO meeting, not LAFCO, CMAT a week ago. It was an interesting meeting. They were reporting about doing a reorg and reshuffling to kind of right place and right priority their current staff to be more effective as an organization, and we're reporting out that was working out pretty well. Similar to a lot of different veins and everything we talk about, money always comes up. They had talked about I thought this was actually pretty inventive, but there's inside of where they're leasing, they have turned part of that into kind of like a community shared rentable space. I did a quick browse on the website and looked at some of the photos and things that were going around and provided a little bit of feedback as far as like them wanting to, market themselves to professionals and whatnot. Office space, there's some, I've done a fair bit of that, traveling, working remotely, renting shared space. Know a lot of people that also do that. Just provided some feedback of what people and professionals might commonly be looking for. And they were also getting creative in terms of like things around the office. It reminded me of, when you were speaking, Mayor, about going out and making some of the beautification and updates to the ball field, with local residents and ourselves. And, you don't always need to hire a contractor to do that kind of stuff, but it was, I thought it was pretty creative. They were, painting and updating the inside of the office they hired a painter to paint the top foot where it's all hard. And then they painted the rest of it because you don't have to you just got to blend at that point. And it saved them like $9,000. So it was an interesting meeting. And it's always interesting to see. I got to get over to Caesar's house and help him fix his internet. He's still freezing. I gotta unclog his pipes.
Okay, let's see, a couple things on COG. The 25 meeting or the workshop was at Caltrans. Yeah, Banu just kind of supported. We're maxed out now on how much money we've spent for the year we did 2 town halls on it. central location, what you brought, I'm glad you brought that up because this is going to be huge. The existing contract at the, over at the, I believe it's the Pavetti buildings. I don't know who signed that thing, but the roof leaks, the windows leak, and it's up to COG to fix the windows in the roof and not the property owner. And there's a bunch of other stuff in there that's like, I was just like, man, I want to see who signed this contract. So downtown, it's going to cost us a little bit of money to upgrade it. Fortunately, the money's there. Banu's, amazing. She's found that money, and it's going to be a nice location right in the middle of town. And we may be able to even do our own meetings right there. So we won't be dependent on the county's interesting system that they have in their chambers there. Cal Cities went down, like John said, just so I can, just the caveat, we got there really early on Wednesday morning. So there was no, the convention hasn't started yet and we couldn't even check in. So we're like, what are we gonna do? I'm like, oh, the Iowa's right down the road. So we weren't running around on the city's dime, whooping it up. And it was that was really cool. Sat a few sessions. I was disappointed on a couple. It seemed like they stacked the stage with multiple speakers. So everybody had to get their little 1 cent in, and it wasn't a lot of the stuff I saw there wasn't really any substance, which was really coming from, I've been to Cal Cities before and I was like really informative, and this was pretty thin. The one section John and I sat in on electrifying your community, there was a lot of sad people leaving that room after that. The bottom line is there's no way we're going to electrify everything. When they ask them, what was the big rig? Charging a big rig, one big rig for the year was as much as 19,000 residents. Some silly, just lot of power. Was super excited to vote on the referendum they had, or whatever we call it with them. It was basically telling the legislature or state legislature, if we all have to follow the Brown Act, so do you. And this was written by most Southern California cities. And I was like, yes, finally. Well, we didn't have a quorum. So then next year, for anybody who wants to go, it's back down in Long Beach. I'm not going back to Long Beach. So it's supposed to be Sacramento. And they're like, no, we're back here. So it's like, man, I'm not going, which would be a bummer. I would have rather been in Sacramento. So yeah, should have been Sacramento, but that was it. It was good networking, and talking to some folks, and everybody, trust me, and you've been to these meetings, we're all in the same boat. It just yeah, but I did get to boast, and I made sure Dawn was nearby. We balanced our budget, so hey, so yeah, and he may be available pretty soon, but yeah, that's about it. So that was an exciting trip. It was early. I kind of ate out. I didn't go to Don, you went to one function with Hollister City Manager at Ruth's Chris. So I guess it was.
Yeah, their city attorney treated me. It's probably more than $50. So I'm disclosing that now.
Yeah, but the food was interesting.
So there was a reception afterwards on Thursday night, I think it was. Yeah, Thursday night at Ruth's Chris, and they had some bacon wrapped scallops that were to die for.
Yeah,
I mean, I went back again. Well, it was never mind.
Here, this is when I throw in the Friels guilt trip. Thanks for inviting me, guys. I was sitting back in our hotel. We did have our meeting, our local area cities, the luncheon, which went well. Hollister's council member Dolores Morales is on. It's so funny. There's the vice president type of thing. It's like, come on, guys, just how many of these people do you need? But she's in there mixed somewhere. So and it was all unanimous. So that was.
And we were the only table that wasn't drinking.
Yes. Yeah. It was iced tea for everyone. So, okay. council announcements. John, anything other than nothing? Leslie's got a dozen things.
I
Watch.
do, I have a list,
Yeah.
thank you. First, I want to thank everybody who threw their name in the hat for running for city council. Jose Aranda, Sharif Folletta, and these are in alphabetical order, sorry. Scott Frails, thank you, and Tyler Floppy Jordan, pains me to say that. And congrats to the unofficial members-elect. And hopefully it gets certified sooner than December, but we'll see. And in other news, thanks to Heidi and Pat for the community corner and the tree they put up, I think it was last weekend. Saturday, the 23rd is San Juan Bautista's Merchant Open House from 5 to 8 on 3rd Street. On 11:30, the following Saturday is Small Business Saturday, so everybody come and support. Saturday, the December 7th, the State Historic Park Living History Holiday Decorating and Rotary San Juan Bautista Holiday of Lights Parade. And Saturday, the 21st of December is the winter solstice observation, starting at 6 a.m. at the Mission. But wait, there's more. Just a quick shout out to the Best of San Benito 2024. Best Barbecue, Smoke Point. Best Food Truck, Papa Brothers. Best Ice Cream or Frozen Yogurt, Margot's. Best Margarita, Jardines. Mexican Restaurant, Jardines. New Restaurant, Harvest Time Roadhouse. Outdoor Dining, Jardines. Produce Stand, Pinnacles Farms. New retail store, Sea Urchin, which is in Hawks Peak. And hotel or lodging is the Posada de San Juan. Congratulations to all of our San Juan Bautista best ofs.
Well, the Posada came a long ways, didn't they? Yeah. Yeah.
So I have, real quick, I have one thing.
Sure.
quickly. There's a new restaurant in town and I promptly forgot the name of it, but they are having thank you, Cultiva, whatever it is. They are having a farm to table fancy dinner at the Luna Gallery this Saturday, I believe. I'm going, but I don't even know what time I'm going. So, but I think it's 6 o'clock. Anyway, be there or be square.
Whenever you're going, whenever Darlene tells you you're going. So good. You hit on the 23rd. I was here that the shopping thing downtown. Man, congratulations, all those restaurants. And let's hear it for, Adam out there at Roadhouse, man. He's struggling, but he's making it with the closures and everything. But he just keeps coming up with more innovative ideas. So really, you'd love it out there. Good food. Out there?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay. Okay. Only thing else I have Friday night, the 22nd at Swank Farms is the San Benito County chapter of Ducks Unlimited's banquet. It's our first one. Hollister DU kind of dissolved, so we a bunch of us from San Juan started up San Benito County chapter. New venue, Swank Farms, new caterer. It's going to be Barbecue 152. A guy out of Gilroy. He also owns Trail Dust and a couple others. And get a hold of me if you want to go. It's a great time. We have tons of raffle prizes and it's at Swank Farms, so it's going to be pretty good. Friday night, yeah. So, and that's all I have. Okay, moving right along. City manager report.
No, I think we should start with the sheriff's office
Okay.
and the fire department if they're here.
Sounds good.
So let Commander Lobdell do a spiel so he can take a break.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting me. It's been interesting so far. So I've listened to the duration of the meeting so far. I kind of hear some of the concerns, both amongst yourselves as well as your citizen visitors. Seems like public safety is an issue. I know issues with traffic, as I hear a lot of speeders going up and down the road with some of the things you guys are considering. If I could preface this with the fact that the sheriff's office is still very much enjoying the partnership with the city of San Juan Bautista with public safety. I understand part of the things I was here to address tonight is the uptick in criminality within the city. I don't know, I haven't heard anything to that regard, but I've done some research on that and have probably some explanations and some ideas. Staffing is still an issue with the sheriff's office. You still have the dedicated San Juan Bautista deputy that is there. I will tell you, at the sheriff's office with our staffing, we have several that are currently in the FTO program. So in the coming months, you should see more deputies out. And I would imagine they will be in your city as well as the ones that are currently solo out there. Otherwise than that, I know of a few incidents here and there. We have issued several tickets. We've contacted several people regarding the speeders that we know they're juvenile speeders. We know who they are. We contacted their parents to help address that. With that, I'll open it up to any concerns you might have that I can answer.
Thank you. John, questions, concerns?
No, thank you for the report.
Anything else?
No, thanks for hanging out with us all night long. And it was really nice during the Dia de los Muertos procession to have a couple deputies out here cleaning up after some hooligans. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, thank you. You said that you had some ideas on an uptick in some criminality. And there was a little bit of some occurrences about a month ago. I actually had my personal home. There was an attempted break-in in my home, and then a neighbor had some property stolen. Another neighbor was attempted break-in as well. Do you have any ideas of what was going on about a month ago?
Well, those particular incidents, I am familiar with them. Is my understanding is the investigation and reviewing the report. There was minimal, there was a screen off, but we had no further things for forced entry. I'm glad they didn't get to go any further. These are largely crimes of opportunity, and it's very difficult, especially with the economy the way it is right now. You are going to have those individuals that are touring your cities and within your jurisdiction. We're going into the holidays, so you're going to have the packaging. You're going to have those people that are looking for an opportunity. The best way, and we're here at the sheriff's office, we're aware of it. The best way to battle that is visibility with deputies. So we will be passing it on, and I have passed it on to our patrol personnel to be more visible within your city district. As far as where is it going criminality, these are just people passing through largely from what we found. The ones that we have caught, they are not local. The traffic are local. They're aware of the problems. A lot of them are young drivers, but the actual criminal offenses themselves are not from here. They're not even from Hollister. They're not from this county that we have found. So they're largely just touristing through.
Thank you. It was just kind of weird that it was on one little small street, but there's a lot of, I guess that street is particularly dark, but I also think maybe because it's easy access to the highway.
And you are probably right in that regard. That would be something that we have found in my 30 years experience. They look for low lighting, like I've heard many of you talk about, given the certain events you have coming, like the food trucks and everything, what lighting and visibility is. Criminality wise, they're going to look for quick routes in and out because that's what they're looking to do. Like I said, they're crimes of opportunity.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for your report. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yep.
All right. Do we want to go as Charlie? Or do we have anybody from fire?
Is Charlie also named Betsy? I'm not sure who Betsy is. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Betsy. Sorry about that. Roy, go ahead.
Oh, Roy's up, okay. Roy's, yes.
Good evening. So, all right, so as far as the fire department, they had 3 fires. None of them were in the city, 15 medical calls, 7 vehicle accidents, 2 were at 156 at the Alameda. They had 1 inspection that was substandard housing. And I'll talk about that one in a couple minutes. 1 special event, which was a harvest festival, and then 21 apartment inspections, 2 hotel inspections. So they were fairly busy as always. As far as the speeding issues, in my slides there, we have put out the speed radar that you've seen out here on Second Street. That kind of helped. There was one night where I guess somebody moved it so it wouldn't catch the speeders. So we've got a crew of youngsters in town that are bored and out doing little mischief stuff. So we know who they are. So we're dealing with that, but we did put up the radar. That's been helpful. I have been in discussion with the 2 gentlemen that came last time about speeding on Second Street. So we've been talking about not only the speed trailer, but also speed cushions. I also contacted a company that provides those speed cushions, and those cost about $2,700 or just under $3,000. They do have them in the city of Hollister. The fire department has reviewed those. They're not too happy about them. So I am in discussion with our fire marshal about these speed cushions. And they even said, hey, there's plenty, I guess, at a yard in the city of Hollister that maybe we can borrow. Because they don't like them there. The fire department is not too keen on them. So they're like, why don't you try them out? So I am in discussions as far as trying to, resolve the speeding issue. Any questions about that before I move on? Okay. The unhoused, that was brought up last time. There is one unhoused individual. We all know who he is. I've been in contact with the county health department. Everybody's reached out to him, to include a couple residents, have tried to help him. There's the VFW try to help him. Everybody in town's tried to help this person. He doesn't want help. He wants to stay where he's currently at. I know that the county is in the process of passing an ordinance. I've talked to, board member Morris Lopez about it, and I've talked to our attorney about it, and maybe we can adopt an ordinance similar to what the county's doing, so then we get a little bit more teeth as far as the law enforcement side on moving that gentleman along. So I am in the process of reviewing the county's ordinance and seeing how we can apply that here. And then code enforcement update. Back to the law enforcement section, there was the sheriff's office served a search warrant regarding a person with a firearm on 3rd Street. When they got there, they realized that it was a property that hadn't been tended to in many, many years. The homeowners were out of the county. So after everything was settled and safe, they called for code enforcement. They called for 4-leaf inspectors. They called for the fire department, and we ended up having to red tag the 2 buildings that were on the property. The families were moved. Red Cross came out. They helped out for 1 night. Well, we were successful in contacting the homeowner that was out of Fresno County. He showed up the next day, and since he's been there every other day, and he's been super responsive with us. The people that were living in the home that were not related to the actual crime, their son was, but he was arrested and all that. They moved out. They were very responsive. They moved out in a timely manner. They've been in communication with myself and with our code enforcement officer. So that's been moving along. So that was good. It's safe. The neighborhood's safe, and there wasn't much more to that one. The nuance properties that I've discussed in the past, some of them met their deadline. They're in our city attorney's world now. So as far as code, we've done our part. So now it's in the civil section or civil realm. So we're just waiting on that. You know which properties those are. I've discussed them with numerous people here. And that also goes back to your fees collecting, right? So when we do go through the civil process, hopefully we can collect some fees that way. But that's code has done their portion. I am looking to reestablish, and I was hoping to get the council support, reestablishing public safety committee. That we try to coordinate the following with myself and with code. Establish neighborhood watch groups. I've noticed a couple of signs here and there, but that kind of just died, right? So we need to reestablish those. Also teaching the importance of residential cameras. Other communities actually, community members register their home surveillance systems with the city or with local law enforcement. It's not giving local law enforcement or city government permission to, real-time view the person's cameras, but it's basically telling us where there is cameras. So if there's a crime on Second Street between the Mission and say Franklin, we can look up, well, how many cameras are there that may have caught the crime happening? So I want to see if we can implement something like that here, kind of help us do our own patrolling, right? Because we only get one deputy from Wednesday through Saturday or whenever they're changing the schedule. So this can kind of help us with solving other crimes. And that, of course, is crime prevention through environmental design. And then again, educate residents when to call the sheriff's office. What I'm starting to find is a lot of times residents call our public works supervisor and complain about certain things. He's not the one to call. I'm not the one to call because I'm not a full-time cop. Or I'm not a cop at all, thank God. I'm away from that, right? But they need to know when to call 911 or when to call the non-emergency number, because it's not city staff to handle crimes. It's the sheriff's office. That's who we contract with. So we need to do an educational piece with residents, both English and Spanish. So again, by reestablishing the Public Safety Committee, we can start doing some of that. And that goes to understanding the role of code enforcement as well. For years, we had a code enforcement officer that would cruise around in a vehicle that looks like a patrol car. I'm trying to get away from that. I'm trying to get us a vehicle that doesn't look like a patrol car and that actually says code enforcement. So people don't get those roles mixed up, because I think we need to get away from that. And then fire prevention measures and discuss special event safety. When we have big events, I think the public just we expect the rib cook-off to go on, but there really hasn't been a plan for the safety aspect of a big event like that. So I want us to really look at that. And then obviously discuss traffic issues throughout the city. So I'm trying to come up with different ideas. And everybody here on the board has always been supportive, but I think we can get better. So that's my report tonight. Any questions?
Questions, John?
No questions. Thank you for all you're doing. I would say that last time we had a resident watch group, one of the things we did was we brought in the people from Santa Cruz who operate the 911 center. We just pay money to them and they do it because you don't want San Benito County doing it. They screw it up. It was really informative. It was really interesting. And I thought it was very helpful. And they did a kind of and they had the sheriff there. It was a different sheriff at that time because it was a long time ago, but he did an explanation of when to call and who to call and whatever. So, I just throw that idea out.
Thank you.
Nothing really. Just curious on the nuisance properties that we keep talking about that were looked at by your department and now are with the city attorney's office. So how long does this whole procedure take? I mean, for locals, it seems like it's been a long time. And I'm just wondering how long the whole entire process takes for abatement or rectification or mitigation or whatever.
A little will depend on our remedies that we're seeking. We have one, the Marenthus place where we're going to impose a receiver. That'll be a detailed process, and I would expect. I don't know exactly what to tell you. I would say 6 months to a year.
But that's actually an interesting property because there's more and more vehicles there now that we've discussed it, and they're putting up blinders or tarps on the outside of the building. So curious. I mean,
I did go by it myself recently, and
okay.
so I do understand the gravity of the problem. It's bad.
getting worse. So, yeah, so that, and I didn't even think of that property until you brought that up. So, yeah, and I don't know if code enforcement or if law enforcement um pays more attention to it now. I don't know.
I will have a more detailed report, very detailed report for you next time, but we're going to be taking some serious action on all of those.
Can we up law enforcement and code enforcement just to keep an eye on that as it is getting progressively weirder?
Yeah, we can keep an eye on it.
Mr. Morales, that's an excellent report and you're doing great work. I appreciate it. Coming to us every month and telling us exactly what's going on and what we need to do. I think it's a great idea to reactivate the Community Safety Commissioner Board. The thing about, I noticed, has there been any talk about, and I brought this up with City Manager, Mr. Reynolds, the animal control issue, because that's also a huge safety issue. And I know at that same property on Marentes Court, since we're talking about it, there was a smaller dog that was actually killed by a larger dog that was on that property. And I don't know, we don't have a contract with anybody. We don't have services. At one time we did many moons ago. Right now, you know, there's a lot of dogs in town and all it takes is one bad pet owner and bad dog to, you know, what happened out there. And then as far as the unhoused individual, I know that we, you know, we've discussed it. I've discussed it with you numerous times. We've all discussed it. It's a concern. But I pass by there just frequently now just to check and see what's going on. And it's an illegal encampment. You know, and I really feel like we're hard pressed that it's like common sense. Where's common sense? Do we have, you know, I think the community has wrapped itself around this gentleman and try to help, but the help is not accepted. There's obstacles to that for obvious reasons that we all know, don't want to discuss here. But there's code violations, there's health and safety violations. You know, where does he use restroom facilities? He's camped out in front of someone's homes. You know, I don't think any of us would want that in our neighborhood. You know, we've got to do something sooner than later. But anyway, thank you.
Thanks for the continued great work. I love your kind of next steps and looking forward points.
I do have one more thing. Totally forgot. The old JJ's. So myself and the code enforcement officer, we tracked down the owner of the property. It's a new owner. It's not had nothing to do with prior divorce or whatever. We went all the way to San Jose, tracked her down because of her address of business, and she called us back. We were in the city, we missed her, but she called us back. That was on a Wednesday. She was here in town by Friday, taking care of the Blythe. She boarded up the windows. They shaved down the metal pieces that were sticking out where people were tripping. She's totally cooperative and she does want to work with the city of bringing a good business to that end of town, something that would bring more people to town. So I took that as a positive and she's been in constant communication with us via email.
Well done, thank you.
Thank you for the report. On the importance of the residential cameras, that's a volunteer. That's people volunteer to sign up and then
volunteer only.
Ask them permission. Yeah,
correct.
That property we're talking about, Marentes Court, this is the reason that fire departments all across the state now are doing all these inspections on everything from duplexes to apartments, is because buildings like this turn into, you know, flop houses, and then bad landlords let it happen, and then we have multiple fatalities, just like up in Oakland. So, you know, what's the answer? I don't know. Maybe the fire department has some type of a, you know, on things like this, it seems like you got to go from everything from the dog catcher to code enforcement to the fire department to even the county health department, just to try to find one of those loopholes, right? Oh, we got it. Now we can get them out. So that's your job. And then I guess it's kind of a code enforcement issue. My phone blew up the other day on the new LED lighting that is surrounding Mission Cafe. It looks absolutely, I started looking up, and the LED is in the code. Yeah, I mean, it's bright. It's this pink reddish light. I mean, just so.
We'll talk to him. He's always
Yeah,
gonna cooperate.
yeah. And there is a section in there on holiday lighting, and who knows when holiday lighting are put up here, because the reefs have been up all year. So the reefs around the lights, they never got taken down. Yeah. So it's that. But awesome. And then that's great news that you found the person that owned the property at the end. And that was the reason that I jumped in on this vacancy thing. But it's nice to know that people out there, and I think you mentioned to me, she's like really excited about doing something.
Extremely excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she was asking for ideas. And I do know somebody that may want to open a specialty type sandwich shop with like a takeout window. He did mention drive-through, but I don't know if that's feasible. And there's nothing in I've actually looked it up. There's nothing in our municipal codes about drive-throughs.
That's it.
Like a pickup window type thing.
No, there's no drive-throughs.
It's strictly outlaw.
Strictly outlaw.
I couldn't find anything.
I'll find it for you.
What do they call it? Because there's different names for it.
Just formula, it's a formula.
It's under the formula retail ordinance 11.
Even though if it's a private or a
I don't think it's specified.
non-chain.
I would have to reread it.
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
think it specifies.
Good.
When it doesn't specify.
It says no drive-through. Yeah, the place all. Yeah.
No drive-throughs. Okay, well, good. Like I said, I
I'll
looked
get
and
that
I even had Shauna looking, and she's like, I can't find anything, but that doesn't mean anything. So, I mean, it's our municipal code, dude. No, it's our municipal code
See, listen.
that she talks about all the time. We've got to update that. So, okay, anything else? Any questions?
A quick one, Roy, on graffiti and the library and cameras.
Yes, I'm sorry. There was it wasn't spray paint, it was more like a crayon on the library and on the historical building, the museum. That was washed off, that was cleaned off. And this week we ordered surveillance cameras for those two buildings. So they're being installed. Menno started installing them today. So we do have cameras there now as well.
Good. I did notice nobody's breaking. Remember the people used to break the big lights all the time? Now that Menno lives across the street, that stuff isn't happening. So any questions from the public? Oh, Mike's got a question.
No, I'm just glad to hear that Roy and the city is finally looking at the options of speed cushions. And you're talking about Second Street, but I wanted to mention that a good place for some speed cushions would be at the First in Monterey, at the barrier, coming around that blind turn where people just blow that stop sign on a blind turn, and there's cars that pull out and they're coming around not knowing what's there. And then at the barrier, the one-way street, they don't even stop and just keep on going. So that would at least slow them down. And also the roundabout, I've heard talk about trying to prevent trucks from going through the roundabout. And I heard suggestions of putting like large boulders around there to prevent them from going in. So I would like to see something like that.
Thanks, Mike. I forgot that portion too. I've been in contact with Granite, and they're gonna give us a good deal on 6 good sized boulders for that roundabout. Yeah, so I did that as well.
Yeah.
So that's coming. So yeah, and then we also served Taylor Farms with a notice, so they can start contacting all the different semis that come in from all the different areas for so they know not to come into our city. And on that letter that I gave them, it talks about a fine for them. So I talked to their management and I talked to the person when all the semis check in, they were gonna give them a copy of that letter.
Was it Taylor Farm? Did you talk to True Leaf and Church Brothers as well?
I have not.
Okay. True Leaf is big.
Okay.
They're probably the biggest offender.
Okay.
No, good news about the boulders. Let's get a camera. What's it? It's the reader, but I want a real time that I can watch. Like some guy tater at those things. Yeah, yeah, I know when they go through. Okay. Let's see, what, city manager, what do you want, is recreation is?
She's added a couple slides to my deck and so has library, so I can go through those.
Okay, let's go for it.
So Liz, if you could load that up. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, how do I get that open all the way? I forgot. Oh, there you go.
Getting closer.
Okay, city manager staff's report, a lot of this we've already covered, so I don't think this will take too long. We did cover, our new associate planner who's still here, thank you. Just to list some of the work that our associate planner will be focused on, we went through a 2 and 3 page list today of advanced planning. Our housing element, is on its second round with, housing community development. Hope to get that approved soon. I'm hearing other cities are having success in that regard. Revising the subdivision codes, the minor and major codes were discussed with planning commission. Food trucks were on this agenda. We've got a lot of work to do there. We need to update our ADU ordinance as well. So those are some of the advanced planning projects that we'll be working on. Current planning includes the HRB reviews for minor building repairs. We did get notified from a housing developer that they were in contract with the Audubon lot. That's the large lot at the Alameda and San Juan Hollister Road. And that is outside the city limits currently, but within the current sphere of influence. So I wanted to bring that to the council's attention. We are working on a development agreement for the gas station, John?
We are.
We are, okay, good. To move that project along and then get its building permit issued should happen within the next week or so. And we've been working with Teatro Campesino with their building renovations, trying to get them open in time for their holiday show, of course. The Urban Growth Boundary Sphere of Influence Committee, we have the MOU in final format on your agenda tonight. County staff participated in the last discussion and they were here for part of this meeting. Finalizing the targeted general plan amendment, that's the document that takes that infill map and goes through the whole general plan and amends it. So I've read that through and it's a 175 page document that is now up to date and ready for final review. And then we have the CEQA review, and then we're ready to file our application. So hopefully by January, we'll be ready to file our LAFCO application for the sphere of influence amendment. Cultural heritage and preservation, on the agenda later today, if we get there, is a new consulting firm, Rincon Consulting. Meg Clovis has retired. She sent us an email October 28th, giving a 1-month notice of her retirement for personal reasons. And we had put a lot of asks on Meg's shoulders. And she's a 1-person show, and I'm hoping with the new firm that we can bring a team together and give our whole historic preservation an upgrade. Connecting with the Alma Mutsun tribe, we've met twice so far, once a month. They're looking for a programmatic agreement that when the ground is disturbed near sensitive areas, that they be called to consult with us. We were looking at resources at the soccer fields today, perhaps a cultural easement for that embankment that goes from Pierce Road down to the soccer fields. There's a lot of sensitive and very fragile materials in that hillside. And then also just emphasizing the importance of the Alameda and the Canyon, and what they refer to as an ethnographic village site that's located there, confirming that for us. Special events, we had the first Veterans Parade. We had the Parade of Lights that's coming soon, December 7th. We are auditing fees. We should have had that produced last week, so we're trying to hustle and get a list of all our special events and what we've charged each of them into a spreadsheet, so you can compare one event side by side. We want to assure that there's equity occurring from one event to the next. We have a revised application process for next year that Ilse, our new planner, will be helping us with, but we've also got Roy and Caitlin working on that too. So, you know, the special events are a real team effort. Where's my mouse? Okay, that'll work. Importing water. We initiated the talks to buy water. Jeff Catano, the general manager who retired, is going to stay with the water district. Now that a new general manager has assumed office, I have a meeting with him later this week, my first meeting. So I look forward to, I believe his name is Jacobson, Dan Jacobson. We sent a letter of concern regarding the size of pipe from the West Hills Treatment Plant to Highway 156. And we're getting a written response from them describing that its purpose is not growth, its purpose is for redundancy and water security for Hollister. Right now, they have one pipe entering the city from the West Hills Treatment Plant, and this would give them a second opportunity to enter the city. In case one goes down, they would have a backup. So I'm in conversations with the general manager in that regard. And then he's going to try and make sense of it for us so we can bring forward an agreement. We're bringing forward a pipeline agreement in January, and we're working with Downey Brand on that. And we also made progress today on a design proposal for M&S to design the water import pipeline. The analysis is complete to present to the industrial users. And I think we have every reason to believe that the industrial users would support helping pay for the cost of water import, because the increased rates for the sewer will help pay for the sewer line, but they're not paying for any increased rates to resolve the water problem. So I think we have a strong argument to stand on, a proportional share of costs there between the industrial users to help us pay for our water resolve. So that's something that is on my radar and that we'll be able to move forward with in the next couple of weeks. On the wastewater project, the pipeline has passed its pressure checks, installing switchgear this month after an 18-month delay. The asphalt is done for the most part, as much as we could do up until the weather changed for us. As we mentioned earlier tonight, the county is helping with their $4 million contribution. The striping would be next and the slurry seal, but they can't be done until April. We're preparing to meet with the industrial users as suggested. I've already covered that base, and we are discussing with Hollister. They currently are in violation of the chloride limits, so I have a meeting scheduled this week with William Villa about how they're going to receive our chloride limits if they are already exceeding theirs. So that's a quandary between our agreement and them, and I know we've had that discussion here more than once, so I need to have that discussion and flesh it out with Hollister. We had a winter weather briefing. The central coast, that should be, is in between the wet and dry zones. In fact, when I heard that there was a cyclone, cyclone bomb coming to San Juan, I called Chris Mangano and said, should I wear a helmet to work on Wednesday? It sounds pretty dangerous. Drama in the media is not going to affect us. There are flood warnings up in Northern California, Sonoma County, but we should only get some sprinkles tomorrow through Friday. So we know that it's been cold. It was 34 degrees on my run this morning, so you run a little faster. So anyway, we're right in between. The rain is going to stay mostly to the north, it looks like, through the winter season. But we will not be in drought mode. We'll get enough rain to keep us out of the drought. And then we heard a little bit about the CSUMB projects for the fall of 2024. We'll bring an agreement forward in December to line up CSUMB for maybe $10,000 to help us with the Lang Park. They've been really active in 3 different groups working on Lang Park, and as we heard, researching and surveying the community about the amenities for that park. And then they're also taking a look at our water rates and our assumptions that we made in 2021. And we're going to provide us in December with what I refer to as a water rate audit to see if those assumptions are still true. So I think that's a question that's on a lot of residents' minds. Why does water cost so much and taste so bad? And so we'll try and answer that question in December. Understood. So, and then real quick, we've already talked a lot about the league conference in Long Beach. We got a lot about the economic outlook. I think a lot of economists think that the California economy is stronger than portrayed nationally. That the job rate and other things are, and the spending rate by individuals is strong. So that was mostly a positive outtake from it. And then we had the state of the Tri-County economy at MBEP last week, where we talked about the status of health, education, and industrial, commercial, ag tech, and all covered the whole gamut. And we've also heard eloquently from Mayor Pro Tem Jordan about Senator Caballero's goodbye. So that's it. And then just real quick on recreation. We did something new this year called the Halloween, and appreciate Nico being there. Oh yeah, and John and Darlene too. It was a dog event, obviously, centered on a Halloween theme. And Scott was there, I'm sorry. And Adam and Riley were there, okay, and it was a lot of fun. I hope to get a better turnout next time. But we were trying to sponsor an event over in the Copperleaf neighborhood. So we'll move that around. And anyway, that's a promising event. The watercolor techniques is something that I know Mary Velasco Ellen Senior Center is very involved with Mary Edge and Shauna Fields. And we're now using our community center to host that. So finally, our community center is hosting recreation events, and that's a great use for it. I guess they received a grant to pay for the instructors. So that's a cool program. And then Seniors Dance for Fitness is on Tuesdays from 10:45 to 11:30. And they're also doing chair yoga before their lunches on Wednesday. That's a partnership with the Y. And then the winter time spectacular movie night at the community hall. We'll do it indoors where it's 34 degrees outside. And that's coming up on December 19th. And you get to vote on the movie. So we haven't picked the movie yet. So look for that in social media. And then she did the hiking challenge for the Rec Explorer hiking challenge, and it's been very popular, and it ends in December 31st. And I know that I had an opportunity to do the hike on Deanza Trail on Saturday and see that beautiful full moon. That's a great event put up by Reach, celebrating their 10th anniversary. And of course, the county was there celebrating their 150th anniversary. So great hiking event for my wife and I really enjoyed it. Supervisor, Assembly Member Rivas was there to speak. More recreation, special events. We're working with the team to ensure protocols being followed. We've already touched bases on that. We've received an opportunity to look into Greenfield's outdoor fitness equipment. We talked to them earlier this week, and they offered us a $40,000 grant. Oh, that sounds so exciting. The product costs $187,000.
Well, it's just a discount.
It's just truly just a discount. So I don't know if we're gonna move forward with that, but if we do, I'll keep you posted. And- yeah, it's a $5 million Mercedes, right? Yeah. Thank you very much. That's a tank of gas, right? She's working hard on the Anzar partnership, which is really exciting. She's building relationships with the teens that way, and getting volunteers through the community service program. So I think we'll have an enhanced volunteer pool, and it'll be a co-benefit for each side. The city grant program, I'm encouraging her. We have $50,000 set aside for our nonprofits, and I've outlined a United Way style way of evaluating proposals from our nonprofits and how to evaluate those and hand that money out. So I hope we get a report sooner than later. This is taking longer than I expected. I was hoping for an October rollout for that. On the Lang Street Park Development, we talked about CSUB students. They have a design team, policy team. as far as rules and keeping the park safe. And then students presenting what they're working on at the December council meeting. And she's moving forward with Michael's help, Michael Ponce on the Junior Giants application, and they have submitted their application to start our own league, and they're awaiting their decision. Then real quick with the library, this is just a quick overview, and it'll be in the city's packet. It talks about all the different events, both in Spanish and English. The office, the library hours through the fall, 11 to 6, Monday, and then Tuesday through Friday, 11 to 5, and then Saturday, 11 to 2. We have the parent-child circle, a lot of great things happening in the afternoon there, even knitting and crochet circle at 2 o'clock on Fridays. So I think there's a lot of good things going on in our library, and I hope people remember that and frequent it. And then she gave us this very busy slide that she apologized for. And I'll just say that we're doing a lot of great things with Indigenous children's books, libraries as living spaces, free accessible library services for patrons, and the lessons learned. She was at a conference, the Association of Tribal Archives, and these are all of her brainstorming from the conference that she was at last week. As the talks about buying books, grant writing workshops, and etc. So this is in your packet, and at this hour, I'll just let you read through that. And that's the last slide in the status report. So that's a lot of information to chew on, and happy to answer any questions.
John, any questions?
No, other than thank you for the great report.
Leslie?
It's a cyclone bomb.
It's an atmospheric river is what it really is. Cyclone
It
bombs
rained?
happen in the Midwest. Yeah, it's
Thank you.
it's a lot of rain.
Tis the season.
Yeah, it's winter.
Where did we find the Rincon Consulting? And yay, I loved their packet. I guess I'll talk about that later.
Sure. If we get to it tonight.
Yeah, I don't know about that. So the part about the upsizing of the pipeline for water. And this is the city of Hollister's brainstorming idea.
No, this is strictly the district's idea. When I brought it up to the city manager, he knew nothing about it.
So the district's idea to upsize the pipe to give Hollister more water, redundancy in water.
Right. So it
So-
would carry more water than San Juan Bautista would buy.
So I think we have an issue with a fire contract. Are we charging them the same price?
Oh,
So
negotiating
it
point,
balances
yeah.
out to zero?
If we blend them together, we may never come to agreement. So I'll have to think about that one.
We don't have to run them together, just charge them that amount. Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, plus $1. Plus $1.
And the change during drought, because fire costs go up during drought. And so the water costs. Right?
Yeah. Thank you very much. And can we please have the library add their report to the status portal? 6 out of the last 9 months it hasn't been there.
I saw an email on that today, and like I said, she was at a conference last week, so I believe it was added. Veronica was chasing after that today.
Still not up there.
Okay.
Yeah, if we can make that a regular thing like every other department, I would very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
Done? Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn, for your report.
Sure.
Very informative. I'm glad to see that you are going to meet with the industrial users. Your analysis is complete to present to them. Hopefully the meeting with them will result in paying up. And I'm happy that you're taking that on before you're leaving us. So thank you for that. And I'm sure Mr. Ponce thanks you for that. Thank you.
You're welcome to join.
Absolutely. Yeah. Good. Aaron?
Ditto on the work with the industrial users. it, I, the only thing that stuck out in my mind about that entire presentation was this damn pipeline. We talked about this before, and like everybody's like, no, and it seems like the people who seem to be wanting to get something free from it are the only ones who think it's a good idea. And it's not just the cost of goods either. Like it's not just the principle of it. It's just like, you can give me rides all day long. I'll pay for your gas, but not the wear and tear on your car type of deal. So other than standing on top of a soapbox about it, I'm very interested to see what they're.
And that speaks to ownership. We allow them to own the pipe until the water becomes just ours after 156, and then we own the pipe from there forward.
Is that a payback though then? Would that be a payback then?
Well, that's why the agreement hasn't been executed yet.
Yeah.
We're still talking about this.
So they own the entire property. They want to put a huge pipe in or a small pipe, you know, their property, they kind of get to do that.
We're not paying to get.
No, we should not pay.
No, it'll be equitable. You'll see the agreement when it comes
But if
forward.
they want to put a 36-inch pipe, that's their decision and their choice. They own the property.
It doesn't cost us anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, when you're discussing they, it sounds like Halser doesn't even know
No, they did.
what the heck they're talking about. So it's like,
But it's not, it's California.
well, it's West Hills. So sure. Anything else?
That's the part about us not paying.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think so. Got it.
Okay, thanks for the heads up on the Autoboni lot. For now, that's in our sphere of influence, but after the first of the year or so, it won't be. So we're gonna have a whole bunch of homes over there. Let's see. Industrial users, I marked that one off. Hopefully Mike's pulse rate, he's starting to go down a little bit. We're talking about it, Mike. It worked. And then you were talking about the weather briefing. Yeah, we're having a long meeting, so we're not gonna get a ton of rain, but it's gonna be nice. Oh, and the watercolor techniques, Darlene Boyd's also helping out. Actually, she's our artist.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a big grant.
So
It was a good sized grant from the Arts Council.
yeah.
So
San Benito County
what that means,
Arts Council.
all the materials are covered. Okay, so if you want to take watercolor lessons and not put out any money, you just walk in there and do it.
We gotta do seniors.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
seniors.
Yeah.
I'm qualified.
And we saved them a bunch of money. I cut up all the little boards instead of buying the little
Masonite.
the masonite boards. If you bought them through an art supply, it would have been $250. We did it for $25. So,
Nice. And there's a whole curriculum around it too. It's an amazing program.
yeah.
Cool.
Something I didn't mention out of the league conference that was huge was the vendors, and I talked to a whole bunch of people that since we're talking about the Parks and Rec stuff or the parks. There's a bunch of really great companies out there now with solar LED lighting. That's really impressive. And that means we wouldn't have to run power out to the park. Because these things, and they're, the warranties on them, they're forever, and they go, yeah, we'll even work with you on where to put these things, so it's good lighting. So, and they swear they'll last, even in the winter, they'll last all night long. So, and they can be dimmed and programmed and all that
I
kind of
was
stuff.
gonna say, and there's a night sky feature.
Yep. Oh, we were in Southern California. Yeah, everything is regulated like that.
I was gonna say there is no.
So, not to beat this one to death, but on our city grant program, SJB first. And I mean, city limits SJB first, please, on that one. Hope you all know what I mean.
Yes.
On the grants that, we're gonna have the grants. The folks that live out of the city limits can, yeah, go to their collective leadership. Any public comment?
All right, I just want to say what everybody's already said, that I'm glad to see the process with the industrial users is on city manager's report. Also, I was curious if the complete analysis that will be presented to the industrial users, if that's available for a public comment or a public review. And if it's so, I'd like to have the opportunity to read it. Also, I see that city is preparing to meet with industrial users. Will Hollister be included in the meeting process since resolution 2023-49 amendment, June 20th, 2023. 3C industrial user states no modifications or amendments to the industrial user agreement shall be made, and no new industrial user shall be accepted without the express consent or joinder of Hollister, which consent or joinder shall not be unreasonably withheld, conditioned, or delayed. And since I got 2 minutes, I'll stick around for some answers.
The point was to meet with Hollister before we met with industrial users. We would meet with Hollister before meeting with the industries.
Before, okay. And also the
And the analysis, of course, it'll be public when it's ready, sure.
It'll be public, okay.
Of course.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? Nothing? Okay. Well, it's 10 o'clock. I think we should, let's, we approve the, do we have any questions on consent counter? Pool? None? Okay.
I make a motion to
Hold
approve
on.
it.
Public, anybody
Sorry.
from public want to pull the consent? No. Okay, there you go.
Make a motion to approve the
Yes.
consent agenda.
We're gonna
Second.
do the consent and we're gonna add it. You get the first and second there.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Frios.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, we've hit our 10 o'clock, so motion, we're gonna have to carry the rest over to the next meeting. So motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan. Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Frios.
Yes.
As much as I would love to, yes. Get it done. Sorry.
Done. Coming in hot.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.